We are back in open session. Chancellor Burke will provide a welcoming greeting.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our hybrid board meeting of the South Orange County Community College District. We thank you for your patience as we continue to navigate this virtual platform. We welcome trustees Marcia Milchiker, Tim Jamal, Terry Witt-Rydell, Barbara Jay, Carolyn Inman, TJ Prendergast, and James Wright, who are joining us in person. We also welcome student trustee Satara Mateen, who is joining us for the first time in person. We welcome members of our district community who are participating virtually and members of the public who are viewing the meeting live via Zoom webinar. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom video or call has been muted. Following the meeting, the district will make the recording available on the SOCCCD website. The audio of this meeting is being closed captioned in real time. The board is open to receiving public comments. The published agenda requested for public comments to be submitted in advance of the meeting by email. Public comments will be read aloud at the appropriate time during the meeting. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Trustee Milchiker, who will call the meeting to order.
The September 27th, 2021 meeting of the South Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees is hereby called to order. This governing board is conducted pursuant to California Code Section 54953 and Governor Newsom's executive orders N2920 and N3520. I welcome back the trustees who are attending in person. District staff and members of the public are attending this meeting virtually via Zoom webinar. Are there any reportable actions in closed session?
No, there are not.
There are no reportable actions in closed session. So now we will have the meeting beginning with an invocation by myself and the Pledge of Allegiance by Trustee Prendergast. This is an invocation for a pandemic that still has not ended, and our hearts are still breaking. May we who are merely inconvenienced remember those whose lives are at stake. May we who have no risk factors remember those most vulnerable and at great risk of dying. May we who have the luxury of working or going to school remember those who must choose between preserving their health and paying the rent. May we who have the flexibility to care for our children when they are gravely ill remember those who have no options to be with their ill babies. May we who have to change our plans remember that those who cannot risk leaving their homes. May we who are inconvenienced by all this remember those who are no longer with us. During this time, when we actually still cannot physically wrap our arms around each other, let us always be kind to each other and listen to each other and be the loving embrace of God and to all others. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I now ask the Chancellor to read aloud any public comments received via email. If a member of the public has submitted a written comment and has requested to speak, their name will be called and they will be unmuted and allowed to speak. There will be a 2-minute time limit on each person speaking. Please note, all email correspondence relating to the meeting will become part of the board minutes. So Chancellor Burke.
So we have 91 comments, public comments on one particular agenda item. So I would recommend that you as a board move the hearing of those particular comments to precede the item itself, rather than hearing those public comments now.
So
It would
moved.
take an action by the board.
So moved.
Is there a second? So who seconded it?
Second.
Everybody seconded it. I'm sorry. It was moved by Trustee Prendergast and seconded by Trustee Wright. Can the clerk of the board please read the roll call now?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright. Student Trustee Matee.
Aye. And now we move to the oral reports. Right now, we are having the oral reports of the board members first. And I was actually calling the board members in different ways over the pandemic when we weren't in person. But now that we're back in person, we're going to start doing it the regular way, which is doing in the order of the seating of the board members. So Trustee Wright, would you like to do a board report?
Point of order,
Yes?
Madam President. If we're going to limit the public to 2 minutes, can we have a timer on our reports as well?
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
cut
I would
off.
not, certainly not, yeah, agree with you 100%. Right.
you.
So are you timing the reports, please? Thank you so much. So Trustee Wright?
Yes, I just have one comment. That is the fact that at Saddleback College, this on a grand opening on Saturday, October the 2nd. Ribbon cutting is going to be at 4 p.m. VIP receptions at 4:30 p.m. in the Ferry Foundation Room. Kickoff at 6 p.m. Watch the Bobcats play the Ventura College Pirates. Thank you.
Thank you. We're all excited about the grand opening of the stadium. Okay, Trustee Prendergast, do you have a report?
No report.
Trustee Witt?
Mine will be quick. I did attend a Zoom meeting in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'll go on, and I attended the retreat for the Saddleback Foundation. It was most valuable. We introduced 2 new board members, Corey Thompson from Cox Communication and Claire Davoff from Octon of Orange County. Also, there's exciting news from the Saddleback Foundation as Trustee Jim Wright just mentioned the grand opening, and I hope all of you can attend. We're really looking forward to it this coming Saturday. Also, the 21st Annual Gala will have a sneak peek reception, I believe it's called. And it's going to be the Saddleback Foundation will host it. And it will be on October 14th in the Fine Arts Complex. The event will provide guests with an exclusive behind-the-scenes glimpse of all that's in store for the 21st Annual Gala. And that's going to be on November the 13th at the Ritz-Carlton in Laguna Niguel. And there's going to be, as we always do, a great welcome reception, silent auction, dinner, live entertainment. And this is pretty cool. It's going to be the Saddleback College students, faculty, and alumni. I like to see that, the alumni. Also, we want you to know that health and wellness guidelines will be in place. Thank you very much.
Trustee
I'll
Jamal,
be
thank you.
brief in the interest of time. I did attend the opening home game of the Bobcats at the new stadium. It was awesome. Trustee Witt, Trustee Milchiker, you two were there. Elliot was there and some other folks from Saddleback College, and they took it to Glendale. And it was, the stadium looked great, crowd was excited. We need to get food in the stands at some point, and I know the team is working on that. So we look forward to having that, and look forward to the gala for the foundation, and look forward to having a robust discussion tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, so am I. I won't repeat anyone. I'll just mention a few meaningful events that I attended that were put on by the 2 colleges this month. First, there was an IVC town hall by Zoom. It was impressive. President John Hernandez, Americ Joel, Chris McDonald, and D'Angelo Hunter spoke. 55 students attended, and they talked about the online return to campus and club day and more. There were two 9/11 ceremonies. The first one was at Saddleback College, and it was beautiful. It was a moment of silence. I was able to find the paver that I purchased in memory of my father, a World War II vet, and it was a lovely ceremony. Then we attended right after that the IVC 9/11 ceremony where I spoke, and also President Hernandez, Dan DeRelay, Martha McDonald, and the playing of the bagpipes made this beautiful ceremony even more meaningful. I attended Mark Sierrakowski's funeral, a longtime Saddleback colleague, Saddleback employee and friend. Many Saddleback colleagues, retired and current, attended. It was melancholy and moving. The Hispanic Heritage Month Zoom by Carmen Mara, which is his historic presentation, and the South Orange County Economic Coalition Back to School Now event, where our two local districts, Saddleback and Capo, and the post-secondary schools, Soka, UCI, and Saddleback, presented what they're doing to help their students come back to school. President Elliott Stern did a beautiful job of explaining how we are currently accommodating students. Thank you. And now, Trustee Jay, do you have some comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
On September 9th, I attended the 9/11 Remembrance at Saddleback Veterans Memorial. President Dr. Stern spoke to honor those lost on that day. Randy Hardick, our emergency preparedness program director, spoke in honor of the first responders who, without hesitation and risk, gave their lives to save others. We then observed a minute of silence on the campus, all on virtual and everywhere. After the ceremony, Ryan Brook gave Trustee Milchecker and myself a tour of our new Veterans Center. The veterans now have a spacious and impressive facility with a great location, view of the quad and the Veterans Memorial. I, as a South Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees representative to the IVC Foundation, attended the September 14th Board of Governors meeting conducted by its new president, Mike Drennan. The IVC Foundation has something to celebrate. As of September 8th, the foundation's endowment surpassed $2 million. Congratulations to the foundation and its staff led by Alyssa Oransky. Thursday, October 22nd is the second annual IVC Foundation Giving Day, a special time to give in support of student programs at IVC. This is an exceptional giving day. And this year, there is a $10,000 pool to provide a dollar match for every $2 given to the foundation on this day. Remember to make a contribution. On September 17th, I attended the opening reception for the Saddleback Art Gallery in the Fine Arts Complex. It was exciting to once again have the gallery open. Barbara Holmes, Associate Professor of Visual Arts and the Director of the Art Gallery, gave me a fine tour and description of the current Two Birds, One Stone exhibit, a collaborative effort from a duo of the Bay Area artisans known as Rococo. Thank you, Barbara Holmes, for the fine work you do and the hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Inman, do you have a report?
At 8:46 a.m. on September 9th, a group of us stood together in the quad at Saddleback College and observed a moment of silence to commemorate the events that changed our lives forever. The minutes seemed like such a long time as we silently thought about that day. Everyone could remember exactly where they were when the planes crashed into buildings. Later that morning, I gathered with another group of Irvine Valley College people to listen to leaders share about the significance of that morning. Somehow it surprised me when I met students who weren't born on 9/11/2001, yet still wanted to be part of this, and made me understand that we needed to continue this for those that weren't even alive when it happened. I loved the speeches, all 4 of them, which expressed thoughts and feelings about these events. All of them were excellent, but I must give a shout out to the speech by D'Angelo Hunter, Associated Student Government President of Irvine Valley College. It was especially meaningful because he is a veteran. His experiences, genuine feelings, and eloquent words were felt by all. This day was about 9/11 events, but also about a sense of community that we have at the college.
Thank you. And now we'll have Sitara Mateen. Nice to see you back, our student trustee. Do you have a report?
I do. First off, I wanted to say how excited I am to be here in person, finally. And I've been attending ASG and ASIVC meetings to really make sure that our student voices are being heard. And one thing I've learned throughout these meetings is that this COVID-19 mandate is extremely important to our students. I've been also working on setting up an emergency fund for current refugees on our campuses right now. I had the pleasure of speaking to the executive director of the IVC Foundation, and she really explained to me that we have a good amount of refugees currently on our campuses. And this is something that's really meaningful, and I deeply connect to it. My mom was a refugee from Afghanistan at the age of 17, and I have current family members here and in Afghanistan, and all the women and children who are not able to go to school, and they don't have the opportunity to attend school and obtain their education. My heart goes out to all of those women and children. So creating this emergency fund is something I'm looking forward to continuing and getting faculty and student support.
Thank you. Glad you're doing good work. Now we're going to the other government reports. And the first one would be the Associated Student Government Report. And these are our two student body presidents, Sam Lockhart from Saddleback College and D'Angelo Hunter from IVC. Well, neither one of them is in attendance? Oh, D'Angelo's here. He's the student body president from Irvine Valley College.
Madam President, can I ask a question of the IT team? Is there any way for us to see who's participating in the meeting, other than those that are either speaking or in the room? Is there any way for us? Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question. Thank you.
We don't need to see all this.
These are new board stuff here.
New system.
New system here that we're just learning how to use. Okay, so D'Angelo, would you like to give a report? You did speak.
Yes.
You did speak beautifully at the 9/11 ceremony. It was really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot. I'm glad I got to say something. That was a nice experience for me, and I'm just happy to see you there as well. Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I'm shy now. First and foremost, let's go. We're gonna mentioned elections last time. Judicial court appointments. We had 45 people go after those spots. We had 5 slots available for judicial court. They've been appointed, and the election of the Chief Justice will be undertaken soon, tomorrow. So that'll be fun. Speaking of elections in general, we have 9 senator election spots being opened up, and they are campaigning now. So now we will eventually be welcoming another new 9 senators into ASIVC, bringing a total of pretty much 30 individuals in our student government, which is exciting. The whole election process, I thoroughly enjoy it. I really love seeing the different posters and stuff on Instagram and whatnot. So that'll be awesome. We did take part in the 9/11 memorial, setting up the flags. We got some people out there to do so. And, I did have my speech as well, which it was a heartfelt thing that I felt like needed to be said. So I'm just really glad it was well received. And then we had Club Day recently, IVC Club Day. If you're not sure, it's pretty much like if there were tables out there, it was online. But if there were tables out there, you would have saw over 50 of those tables. Per our end of the year update, we had 39 active clubs, and now we have over 50 trying to form up. So we're looking at a lot more student engagement happening, which will be awesome to see, especially as we transition to being back in person at some point. And then this past Friday, we had 11 of our leaders sign up for the Student Leadership Conference, just put on through the Seesaw. I thought that was really awesome. We canceled our normal legislative meeting to give people the opportunity to go through that. So that was really cool. The keynote speaker, if you've heard of him, his name was Dr. Joshua Friedenberg, or Dr. J, that's how he likes to say it. Very charismatic speaker. So it was a really good experience. I think we all got something out of it. And that's pretty much it for my my update from ASIVC.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. With 50 clubs, you're really giving the students that are coming back good opportunity to get involved in campus life. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, next is Irvine Valley College Academic Senate, Danielle DeRoulet. What?
Good evening, Good evening,
I can't
trustees.
hear.
How are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard that. It's hard for me to hear people through a mask. I just can't hear what they're saying. I guess Sam Lockhart from Saddleback College is here now, so he'll give a report about Saddleback College. Is that, if he's here? Is he here?
Yes, I'm here. I apologize. I was
Okay, no
using the
problem.
wrong account a moment ago. I heard everything that was said in the board trustees report and also D'Angelo's report. So if time permits, I can report now. All right. Good evening. I am pleased to report that Saddleback ASG is well underway with filling our committees and getting legislation underway. We're currently working on a plastic resolution to reduce plastic use and waste distribution throughout campus at Saddleback. We are playing a part in ensuring that all students can have access to nutritional sources via the vending machine event going on. And I also wish to add that ASG has passed a resolution in favor of a vaccination mandate. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for hearing me out. That is all I have to report for tonight.
Yeah,
And I
thank you.
apologize for the confusion a moment ago.
No, thank you so much for your report. Thanks for being so involved. Appreciate it, and involving all of our students. Okay, now, Irvine Valley College Academic Senate, Danielle DeRoulet, your turn now. One of my fellow speakers at the 9/11 ceremony.
Yes, thank you very much, trustees. That was a wonderful ceremony. And I really want to commend the folks at IVC who put it together. Trustee Milchiker, I'd like to especially commend you for your opening remarks this evening about the need for us to care for the well-being of each other during these times. This is a message, obviously, not just for our colleges, but for our divided society at this point in time as well. I do want to focus on one thing this evening. We had a Senate meeting last Thursday in which we discussed the possibility of a vaccination mandate. And since that time, we've also taken a poll of full-time and part-time faculty at IVC. We had 250 respondents to the poll. 83% of those who responded expressed support for the vaccination mandate, with the understanding that there would be testing for those who, because of medical reasons, were not feeling comfortable being vaccinated. 83% to 17% opposed is really a significant polling, I think, and especially when you look at the national numbers, which run at about 56 to 44 at this point, it expresses a significant unity at the college. Other voices were expressed at our meeting that did express discomfort with such a mandate, but most of the discomfort expressed was at the reality of the heavy lifting that would come with both colleges in terms of enforcing the mandate and all that we would need to do between now and the beginning of January. Yet, with all of that in mind, the vote was still over 80% in favor. So thank you for hearing my remarks, and thank you as always for allowing me to speak at your meeting.
I have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Roulet. And now Saddleback College Academic Senate, Professor.
Marcia,
What?
I have a question
Oh,
from Professor DeRoulet. Can you tell me what was the number in that poll?
We had 250 respondents. And let me see, I have just the percentages in front of me. So it was 83%
and 17
in favor and 17% against.
And this is full-time faculty?
Full-time and part-time faculty. Anyone teaching classes on campus or online this term, we're encouraged to respond to the poll.
And they responded how?
They responded by an
Email?
online poll that was confidential.
All right. And they could only vote, okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah, they can only vote one way. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now, Professor Margot Lovett, the Saddleback College Academic Senate President.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
I'd
evening.
like to, good evening. I'd like to follow on my counterpart at IVC's comments about a vaccine mandate. At Saddleback, we also had a discussion about this. We polled each division senator went back and polled the faculty full-time and part-time in their divisions. And in the end, what Saddleback did is we voted unanimously to support ASG's vaccine mandate resolution. We are motivated solely by the desire to keep our students, colleagues at the college and the district safe. I am anticipating that there may be a number of people speaking during public comments against a mandate, and I would beg you to not let what is a very small, very vocal minority try to persuade you that they in fact are representing the views of the majority. And I'm sorry if I am emotional, because I take this very seriously. We have had students at Saddleback who are COVID positive. That interrupts their learning and the learning of other students in their classes. We have students who feel unsafe. All throughout the country, colleges and universities that have not instituted vaccine mandates are having outbreaks of COVID. If we truly want to care for each other, and we must do the right thing. And to all the members of the board, I am asking you, you today have the opportunity to show courageous leadership and to demonstrate your commitment to keeping all members of the college and district community safe. And I hope that you will take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lovett. And now the Faculty Association President, Professor Lewis Long.
Thank you, President Milchiker.
Thank you.
Tonight on the board agenda is the new faculty contract, which the Faculty Association membership ratified by an overwhelming majority of the voters last week. I'd like to thank, at the conclusion of this process, I'd like to thank Chief Negotiator Claire Cesario and the members of the faculty negotiating team for their tireless and selfless work for many, many hours negotiating on behalf of the faculty. The faculty owe a debt of gratitude to Susan Bliss, Melanie Harry, Jenny Langrell, Kurt Meyer, and Parisa Sultani, who were the faculty representing them at the table. I'd also like to thank Vice Chancellor Viskachil and the district team for their work, and also thank the board for their support of the faculty in adopting the contract, which I hope will take place later tonight. Also on tonight's agenda, as my colleagues have noted, is a district-wide vaccine mandate. The Faculty Association has also adopted a resolution in support of a vaccine mandate. And on behalf of the faculty, I want to urge the board to adopt a measure already in place in most other area community college districts, as well as at the UC and Cal State campuses. If all goes as planned, faculty and students will be returning in large numbers to on-campus instruction in the spring. The successful return to on-campus instruction depends upon reasonable guarantees that instruction can be conducted safely without risking the health of our faculty, students, and staff, as well as of their families and communities. And we ask the board to do its part in making use of the protection that vaccination offers, as well demonstrated by all credible scientific measures. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Long. And now the Irvine Valley College Classified Senate, Desiree Ortiz.
Good evening, President Milchiker.
Good evening.
Chancellor Burke and Board, hello. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody is talking here tonight, and that's care for our students, for each other and everyone. I'd like to say how proud I am of our classified professionals who have been working industriously on our campus, not only since the pandemic, but especially in the fall semester when we welcomed our students back. We have been working, been busy attending our shared governance committees groups, and especially working more on our Caring Campus initiative. We have been receiving great honors throughout the college system. Especially, we have been recognized by Future Built. We've been interviewed to be in a featured story about how Caring Campus and IVC translates into how we are Caring Campus and what that means to serve our students and how it relates to our students' success. We also have been asked tomorrow actually to speak at a roundtable for liaisons for other colleges who would like to start their Caring Campus initiative. And it's colleges who would like to start or who have started and who need a little bit mentoring. So myself, Amy Hunter, and Tracy Fahimi will be leading those talks. We really are proud of our initiative, and that's one thing we're taking very serious, to care for everybody. So thank you all who are involved in that, and keep pushing forward with our Caring Campus. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I love the Caring Campus, how you really care about all the students and everyone that comes onto the campus. Okay, next, is there somebody from the Saddleback College Classified Senate or not? No? Okay. So next, the California School Employees Association would be Scott Ferguson Green. Okay, no report. What about the Police Officers Association, Bo Arbuthnot?
I have a statement from them.
Okay.
The SOCCCD Police Officers Association has agreed to the tentative agreements with the South Orange County Community College District. The Police Officers Association has voted and has ratified the 2021-2024 collective bargaining agreement. The POA board would like to thank the Board of Trustees and specifically Dr. Cindy Viscachil and her team for the timely negotiations. Our POA board appreciates our working relationship with the district. We truly believe both Saddleback Police Department and Irvine Valley College Police Department assume key roles in student success and overall safety and security of district property. On behalf of the SOCCCD Police Officer Association, we thank you for working with us through this negotiation process. Sincerely, Bo Arbuthnot, Ryan Maligi, and Keith Prinzing.
Yeah, thank you. Our police officers are truly wonderful at both campuses. So now we move on to board requests for reports. Are there any requests for reports?
No, but I had a question.
Yes?
Didn't you put in a request for a report a couple of months ago?
Yeah, one of the reports is on tonight's
Yep,
agenda.
that's right.
Yeah, that's the one it's the one about the vocational classes.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Okay, thank you. Right now, we have the second public hearing on the redistricting process for the South Orange County Community College District. So, Chancellor Burke, are you taking this item, or is there somebody else that's taking it?
This would be redistricting partners will be making the presentation at 5.1, and then you will open a hearing at 5.2. So
Okay.
We're looking for our representatives from redistricting.
Yeah, we have to have 5 public hearings on this particular item, and that's redistricting our college district.
Are they on?
Okay. So
Well, I could say item number 5.1 is a public hearing and presentation for the redistricting update as it relates to the voting areas and elections for the South Orange County Community College District. This is 2 of 5 required public hearing meetings in the redistricting process. For the redistricting presentation, we'll hear from Kay Montplaisir, redistricting manager of Redistricting Partners. Ms. Montplaisir, the floor is yours.
Hi, actually, I'm going to be stepping in for Kay tonight. My name is Liz Stitt. I'm a redistricting manager for Redistricting Partners. If it's all right with you all, oh, so you're going to be sharing the screen. I'll just let you know when to switch. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and get started. So this meeting tonight, I will be going over quite a few things. So let's go to the next slide. And the next one. Great, thank you. So tonight we're going to be going over the California Voting Rights Act and what that means for the board. Next, we'll be talking about what is redistricting and what are the traditional redistricting principles that we use in this process. Then we'll go over the communities of interest, why they're relevant, especially now. And then finally, we'll get into the census data. We just got updated census data last week. So that will be what we use to base these new lines off of. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide.
Excuse me, just real quick, point of order again. We've actually gotten those first 4 items presented 3 times. Does anybody need those again?
No, I think.
Can we fast forward to the redistricting timeline and then the
Census
data?
The census data.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, maybe a
because
reminder of the timeline, but all that, the California Voting Rights Act, we've had that 3 times.
Yeah, we discussed it last time for sure.
We usually include it so members of the public are on the same page.
Okay.
But if you want to skip to the census data, I can just really quickly go through it.
You could just
Yeah,
say that.
if you have to do it for the public, that's totally fine. Maybe you can just summarize it, say what it says, and then
Say
move next.
The
But yeah,
California Voting Rights Act is a law that our district has to follow. That's
it's
the
published in
bottom
the
line.
agenda, so they can read it there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, what the California Voting Rights Act is requiring of us is to change from at-large elections to districted, meaning people are going to vote for the trustee who lives in their district, and the voters have to live in that district as well. So that's essentially all this is doing. So go to the next slide.
That's okay. Thank you.
Feel free to go to the next slide. So reminder for folks, these are the traditional districting principles that we use to prevent gerrymanders. Each district has to be relatively equal in size, and we base that off of the US Census data. Each district has to be contiguous. We have to maintain communities of interest. And I'll get a little bit more into what that means. We have to follow city, county, local government lines when practicable. And then finally, keep districts compact in appearance. Go to the next slide. So communities of interest, those are it's a group of people, it's a community, it could be a neighborhood. It's a group of people who have like-minded ideas and policy concerns who would benefit from being districted in the same district. And this could include things like, or folks like ethnic and language minorities, but this is supposed to be a subjective and open-ended and inclusive term. So if people make the argument that they're a community of interest, then there's a good likelihood that they are a community of interest. And there are some protected classes under the Federal Voting Rights Act. This includes Latinos, Asians, and African Americans. There are more, but this is the most common minority group that we will encounter in California. Feel free to go to the next slide. And also under the Federal Voting Rights Act, it is important to point out that while communities of interest may include race, it cannot be the predominant factor in drawing district boundaries. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so let's talk about the census data. And let me pull up my notes because I have more information, but as you can see on this slide here, the district has grown to be over 1 million people at this point. So I believe that is a 14.5 growth rate. So it's 1 million people, 1,036,845 people, according to the finalized census data. If we were to average that out over 7 districts, that'll give us the ideal population for each district. And that number is 148,121 residents. So we are shooting for a deviation of less than 10%, meaning the largest district and the smallest district can't be
There's
more.
a different number on this than the number you gave. It says,
Updated.
oh, you updated it since you put out the PowerPoint. Okay, okay, go ahead,
you're
sorry.
And we'll get you all an updated existing lines memo so you can get the most recent one. I think when we sent you these slides, we had to send it earlier than we had the data for. So listen to me and not the slide.
Okay.
So let me pull back up my notes. So the deviation that we're looking at right now, if we were to keep the trustee areas the same, the deviation that we're looking at is 71.6%. So there is going to have to be a lot of change in order for this to get down to a 10% deviation. Feel free to go to the next slide. And so this is the district, the trustee areas right now. And then we're going to get into each trustee area and we'll go through them and how much they grew over the last 10 years. So go to the next slide. Okay, so this slide shows us the entire district. So you can see district by district, what the population and deviation sizes are. So how we got the 70, I believe it was 71.6% deviation. If you look at District 5, that had the a deviation away from the ideal size for population. That is a negative 25.3%. And again, my numbers are going to be more updated than yours if it's a little different. And then the highest deviation is 46.3%. And what you can infer from that is District 5 is going to have to get larger and District 6 is going to have to get a lot smaller. And that's assuming you would prefer to have the lines as they are, or we can start from scratch and have a completely different looking district. Feel free to go to the next slide. Okay, so District 1 grew by 14.4%. And every single district grew, by the way. That's not common for every agency in the state. So we are looking at a rather large population compared to 10 years ago. So it looks like, according to the 2020 census data, the largest CVAP, so citizen voting age population in District 1, other than Caucasian, we have an Asian CVAP of 28%. Go to the next slide. And then District 2, it grew by 4.2%. And here we have the citizen voting age population, the largest minority group being the Latino CVAP at 24%. Go to the next slide. District 3 grew by 4.4%. with the largest CVAP minority population being Latino at 11%. Go to the next slide. District 4, this one grew by 9.3%. With the citizen voting age population, the largest minority population being 13% for Latinos. Next slide. The District 5, this one grew by 3.5%. Largest CVAP minority population is Asian CVAP at 13%. Next slide. And District 6 in particular had the largest growth. So this grew by 61% compared to 10 years ago.
Oh.
So this one will likely, more than likely have to shrink quite a bit. And go to the next slide. And then District 7 had the lowest growth, I believe.
That was 5.
I believe it was less than 1%. And the largest minority CVAP population is the Latino CVAP at 15%. And just a reminder, we look for potential Voting Rights Act Section 2 compliance with the CVAP population, which is why I wanted to share those figures with you. So those are the updated census numbers. I'm happy to answer any questions about them. These are the finalized numbers that came from the statewide database last week, and you will be receiving a memo with detailed information on each of the demographics and what to expect in this redistricting process.
Well, for the hearing, I need to ask if any members of the public wish to address the board on this particular item. Please raise your hand or please notify our board clerks. Also note that the comments are not to exceed 5 minutes. Have there been any comments on this item from the public? This says 5 minutes here. Okay, are there any comments from fellow board members or questions? Okay, no.
But Margot has a question.
Who? Margot has a question?
I do. Actually, I have a question about terminology. So Elizabeth, the way we traditionally speak about the different parts of our district, we are a community college district. We don't use the term district, we use the term area. So this would be areas 1 through 7. So I don't know if the board is planning on changing that, but for me, I find it confusing. So I just wanted to raise that point.
I think that's a good point. Thank you.
Very good point.
Yeah, excellent point. Everybody agrees with you, so excellent point. Thank you. Terminology is important.
Yeah, and our I can see if we can change that as well in the slide deck. So I apologize for that. I will make sure that the memo includes trustee areas instead of district.
Okay, so are there any other trustees that would like to comment on this? We have to bring it back a few more times, but seeing no further public comment, we will.
I actually did have a question.
Trustee Prendergast.
Yeah, you mentioned that we at some point have to give you direction whether we want to have you rework the current areas or start from scratch. When is that something we talk about?
I will have to check in with, we can talk about it today.
Oh.
If-
Are we
If
ready to
anyone-
talk about it today?
Are we ready?
Yeah,
We didn't really know we'd have the option today, actually.
Yeah, I think that's something that could take some mulling over. When can we talk about it by the next one and have some ideas about what the impact would be and perhaps what something that like.
Yes.
I don't know if it's something where does it influence our decision if you give us an example of what it would look like to have it reworked. And then if we say we like it, does that then look like we're favoring ourselves, or is it better to go revamped and not have any influence on it at all? I honestly don't know.
Well,
So,
We got her go.
so what we can do is we'll provide you a memo of the demographics and how it's changed over the past 10 years. That way you can actually see how just the different areas have changed. And then you can tell us, you would like one map that is presented in a way where you try to keep the lines similar, and then you can instruct us, make another map to start from scratch and use COI testimony or something to that degree. We can provide you with multiple maps. It doesn't have to be one.
so you could give direction for the next meeting to do one, look at how that comes out, and then for the meeting following it, you could do the other version.
How many more meetings are we having then?
3.
3 more.
That's what I thought, 3 more meetings. I was just clarifying that.
Marcia?
And at the final meeting, we take the final vote, and that's the districts or the
I mean,
areas.
there are at least 3 other public hearings. If you wanted to agendize it for discussion in December, I believe you could do that as well.
Okay.
Marcia?
Yes,
Yeah.
Trustee Witt?
Elizabeth, is there any way that, this is an example, is there any way you could put 2 maps on a page or 3 and then divide it up, the areas that are affecting those 3 areas, and then just draw somehow an aerial and just put bullets to explain why we switched over? Did it have to do with ethnicity? Did it have to do with population? And it would be easier for all of us to see how you're moving things. I mean, I looked at my map and I already thought, I'm gonna have to give away a lot. I already know that area 4. And I'm willing to do that. It's appropriate. So, pardon me?
It's good, because you have to.
Yeah, that's it's the law.
No,
It's the
not
law.
that I have to.
It's the law,
No, I
actually.
mean, I looked at it, I studied it, okay? We're a team, and that's
Yeah,
what's
that's true.
important. You know, we're a team up here. So, I would like to get it ahead of time because it's tough with everything, especially this weekend, to have absorbed everything. That means you have to work fast, but can you possibly give it to us early enough for us to cogitate on it and look at it so we can come with valuable responses to you, and then we could actually make it a little working hearing as opposed to, oh, let's see how you did this. We've already digested it.
Yeah. And what we can do is we can provide you with draft maps next time that you can look at, and then let us know what you think, if anything needs to be moved. And that way you have something to work off of.
Yeah,
Okay, Trustee.
you.
Okay, thank you.
So I-
Trustee Jamal.
Yeah, I
Call
just
them
want,
areas.
thank you, Elizabeth. I just want to say something that's probably obvious that, obviously, this is really important. This is how your elected reps get on this board, how we're sitting up here right now. But for just a reminder, most of you know this already, but this is a completely transparent process that when we talk about maps that are presented, we're not going to be viewing any maps other than maps you see publicly here. Nothing will be voted on except for publicly. And for those community members that had input, please let us know. I mean, this is your district. We don't own it. We're taxpayers just like you. But if you have input on the process, please provide it. And there's still time, and we've got a few months before we need to submit the final map to the registrar of voters. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a really excellent comment. That's what these open hearings are for the public to comment on the process. And because of the Brown Act, we can't ever do anything behind closed doors. Everything has to be open and transparent, everything by law. So that's good. So everybody knows what's going on. I think that's a really great thing. Okay, so can we have maybe several maps, 2 different kinds of maps? Is that a good idea? And then, maybe one just using the old lines and one using kind of like starting from scratch. I don't think it
Why don't
matters
we-
one bit, but
Can I just
mean, but
make-
certainly following the laws of the California Voting Rights Act, which is the laws we're following to do this, you know?
So Marcia, Trustee Milchiker, yes, we can have them do how many amendments we want, but we have retained them for the purpose of providing their professional guidance, and why don't we let them present a map to us that they think makes sense, given the boundaries of given the district boundaries, the change in population, what's required on the California Voting Rights Act, and if they don't do their job, we'll see, it'll be egregious that they haven't done their job.
Well, that's a good point, because I don't really have any strong feelings either way about it. I just know we have to follow the California Voting Rights Act, which means that we have to put together communities of interest together. We have to follow lines that are certainly, you know, like rivers or certain city boundaries. There's certain, you know, regulations that we have to follow, and we need to follow them. So,
Can
as
we
I
get it
said,
ahead of time too?
What?
You know, can we get it ahead
oh,
of
could
time?
Trustee Jay would like to know if we can get the map ahead of time so we could
Have
study
time
it.
to study it.
Okay. Okay.
It appears we do have, there's a hand raised. We don't know if it's a public comment. This is only public comment related to
This item, because we're
this
still on this
item.
hearing. We're still on the hearing. Is the public comment related to this hearing?
We don't know. We just
How do you
have a
find
hand
out?
raised.
Well, unmute the person.
We'd have to unmute the person.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine.
So again, if this is a comment related to redistricting, that's the purpose of this part of the meeting.
Yeah, we're still in the public hearing. That's it. They're trying to unmute the person, it looks like. Oh, they can't unmute the person. Okay, so then we can move forward.
Oh, hello.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, hey,
okay.
this is Jeff Nichols. How you guys doing?
Very good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm enjoying this. Is my first board meeting, so appreciate
you.
you broadcasting it. So, and I know this is a certain part of the meeting. I don't know if this is pertinent, but I did hear, I think it was Miss Margot, right, mentioned about the vaccine mandate and Irvine Valley College.
This portion of the meeting is only to talk about redistricting. This is not about a vaccine mandate at this time.
When does that come up?
That will be later on in the meeting at 7:5.
Can I request something for that part of the meeting?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. Well, if you could, can you post the person that we would email or call that assumes the liability for the vaccine if it does pass?
So again, this is not that part of the meeting, so we will get back to you later. So I think we can go ahead and, is there anyone else for the public hearing?
Is there anyone else commenting on the public hearing on this particular item? Because we're in the middle of unfortunately, in the middle of a public hearing right now. Are there any further discussion by the Board of Trustees? Okay, then item 5.2 was concluded, and there's no required vote on this particular item. Thanks.
And
So now we're moving to resolutions, item 6.0. So, the three resolutions, the clerk of the board, Trustee Witt, is going to read a small section of each of the resolutions.
We have three resolutions tonight, so let me begin. The first resolution is the resolution to support of Undocumented Student Actions Week, October 18th to the 22nd. The SOCCD participates in Undocumented Student Action Week to inform undocumented students about all available services on campus in local communities and empowers them to access those services and to support students in advocating to Congress to act quickly and to establish a permanent solution for undocumented young people. Our second resolution is in support of Suicide Prevention Month. The resolution will declare September as Suicide Prevention Month in order to end the stigma of mental health and promote suicide prevention and awareness. The resolution shares resources, stories, promotes suicide prevention awareness, remembers those affected by suicide, focuses efforts on directing treatment to those who need it most, and helps end the stigma of mental health by seeking mental health care, acknowledging any thoughts of suicide, finding the assistance for those who are struggling. The board's third resolution is the resolution to support Hispanic Heritage Month. The resolution will declare September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month to support and then help expand conversations that recognize the achievements and the contributions of Hispanic American champions who have inspired others to achieve success. The resolution will recognize the histories, the cultures, the contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central South America. Now, the board will vote by a roll call on all three resolutions.
So can the clerk please call the roll? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll? Thank you.
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
No, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, they're doing all three of them together.
So I'll move that we adopt all three
I-
motions under 6.0.
I second.
Okay, trustee Jamal makes the motion and trustee Whitwell seconds the motion to approve all three resolutions. Okay. The next,
No.
We need to
Now
vote.
vote.
Now we need to vote.
now we vote again?
Yes.
We already voted.
It-
No,
It's
that's,
a-
you put all three together.
It's okay. No big deal.
motion.
That's what trustee Whitwell said. She said we're voting on all three of them together,
And
so
she
that
didn't-
was in her
She didn't move
script.
it, that's the thing. She
Yeah.
couldn't-
Oh.
If she had moved it, then it would have been fine.
Please, okay.
That wasn't in the script.
Okay.
So we moved it, so let us
So
vote
we voted
again.
on it?
It's just resetting.
Kristen, is it a problem that we do all three? All right.
Oh, I see. You're trying to figure out how to record it. She needs to figure out how to record it.
Just give her a second.
Yeah, I didn't understand what was going on. Because we need to record all these actions taken.
Just shows the public we're very
There it is,
accurate.
okay. It was voted unanimously that we all approved of all three. Good job. Thank you.
Student trustee?
That's for the advisory vote.
Oh, student trustee, would you give an advisory vote, please?
She did.
Oh, you did? Okay. People are
Yeah.
telling me she didn't. Okay. Okay.
Oh, there it is. That's true.
Oh, at the top.
There it is, okay, so student advisory vote, yes, excellent. Okay, the next meeting is my board request from a meeting where I requested a meeting, a board report on our career education programs, on our programs that get kids jobs in the community now, and how much money they make, how they do in the jobs. So this is the first report, and it's from Irvine Valley College, and the next report will be from Saddleback College. So I believe Chris McDonald is going to present this, is from Irvine Valley College.
This was my script.
There's a PowerPoint presentation, which is Chris, are you trying to promote Chris McDonald? Okay, excellent, there he is.
Yes, good afternoon. I
There you
believe
are.
I'm connected now.
Hello.
I had to rejoin as a panelist.
Yeah, that takes a while sometimes. It was interesting the way you did the report, so that was very fascinating. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I don't have controls, so I would assume that someone in district staff will bring up the PowerPoint.
Yeah, she's working on it. Chris, while she's doing that, you may want to talk about the two different reports that you included.
Yeah, that was fascinating. Interesting. You know, this is new equipment that we have, so some of the staff is having trouble with it. We've never used it before.
So Chris, do you want to give some background on the full report?
Oh, sure, happy to. So we have two aims tonight, and the first aim is to meet the requirement of Education Code 78016. And that requires that the board review career education programs every 2 years to determine basically the effectiveness of the programs. We also have a second aim. Our second aim is to talk a little bit about Irvine Valley College's programs in response to a request from Trustee Milchiker.
Thank you. It was interesting because I made the request and now I found out it's a mandate to do this every 2 years. So I guess I was pressing it, right?
Very timely request.
Yeah.
And humble.
And humble too. Never humble.
Is it possible to adjust the slides, or I should assume everyone can see? Then I'll proceed in the interest of time. Okay, so
It's fine.
assuming the first aim is met with the written report, then our second aim, what we want to do is start with highlights of some of our successes with career education. Then we will get a little bit into the data analysis that we do for our career education programs. Then I'll have some concluding remarks about where we are with career education. So can you do next slide, please? Now that we're here. Okay, thank you. So to talk a little bit about our successes. We use the CTE Employment Outcomes Survey, and it's housed at Santa Rosa Junior College. So they go off and they try to find our completers and skills builders. And skill builders are students who they take some classes with us, but they don't necessarily complete a degree or a certificate. So we had over 1,000 students that were contacted. 36% of them responded. Good news for us, 64.5% were employed full-time. We have an overall wage gain after their training at Irvine Valley of $10.50. That's about a 60% increase in hourly wage increase.
That's $10.50 per hour gain? That's great.
Yes, $10.50 per hour.
Wow.
71.8% of them secured jobs that are close or very close to the training that they received. 82.5% found jobs in less than 6 months. And we're very proud to report that 94% said they're satisfied or very satisfied with the training they received at Irvine Valley College. Next slide, please. So in order to talk a little bit about how we analyze programs, what we'll do is look at the criteria, and we have program completers. We look at employment outcomes, labor market information, and we'll take a look at enrollments and students' education goals and their academic plans. And it was thought that the best way to do it is to look at a program, a robust program like accounting that has 4 sub-disciplines, and we'll take a look at tax preparation as an example, and then we'll look at fitness professionals just for contrast. So next slide, please. So what I'll do is draw your attention to the tables. So when we think about the academic plans for our students in the accounting area, students who say they're not with us necessarily to transfer, but they're interested in our career education program. You'll see the 19-20 year we had 54, and the 2021 year we had 39. Now, when you look at student headcounts, the table below, what you could see is robust enrollment. So a lot of the students are in transfer programs. It could be that they're not even in accounting. You have business majors, econ majors taking accounting classes. But the career education component ends up being a very viable program, and it's paired with students taking classes with the same students who are, or with students who are planning the transfer. So with that said, a measure of productivity, the WISH to FTS, that's weekly student contact hours to full-time equivalent faculty. The gold standard is sort of 525, and the accounting program operates over the time period of study at 587. Next slide, please. So here, I'll draw your attention to the fact that we mentioned earlier. Most of the students are in the transfer program, but let's look down on the chart on the left, and you could see the completers. Now, the certificate of achievements, those are typically 16 units or more. They're approved at the chancellor's office, and the certificate of proficiencies, those are locally approved, usually 9 to 16 units. So what we could see with accounting is robust completions. And again, to make sure we're putting a fair picture out, when a student is on their way to transfer, it's possible that they pick up a certificate of achievement or a certificate of proficiency along the way. Next slide, please. Now, here we want to talk a little bit about the labor market information. So what we do in our analysis is we usually look, especially if you have a transfer program attached, at what does the job market look like if a person has a bachelor's degree. But when we report the numbers internally, what we do is separate so that when we talk about having the IVC credentials, we're saying those are the students where if they were to apply for jobs, the requirements posted would be some college, no college degree specifically, or high school diploma or equivalent. Something to point out, we actually smooth the data here. If you look at the chart on the right, you'll notice that we do like 16 to 18. It's 3 years of data. So you're looking at 16, 17, and 18. Then we do 17 to 19. Also, the 19 to 21, we pulled the data and there's 4 months left in 2021. So that number will go up a little bit, but it will be smoothed over a 3-year average. Also to note is that regionally, if you have 2,700 completers and you have 8,600 average job openings, that a student who does not have many years of employment would have a reasonable chance of getting a job, right? So there's a reasonable amount of labor market demand for our accounting programs. Next slide, please. So if we tease out the tax studies, so the folks who come to us who want to work in tax preparation, tax studies, just for example, what we find is that the students would achieve living wage. And just as a point of reference, if you look at the table on the right, and we end up with an anomaly in 15, 16 in most of the data sets in terms of wage information. But in Orange County, the living wage is established at $22.44 currently per hour. So I'll round it to $45,000 a year. So the students who complete with us for tax studies are attaining a livable wage. Next slide, please. Now, by contrast, let's look at the fitness professional program. So in terms of student demand, so let's look at the tables. We had in the 19-20 year, 10 students tell us that they're interested in our career education program, 4 for 2021. And on average, we're having 70 students, if you look at the bottom table, that are taking those courses. Now, what this means is that this is a low productive program. So we talked earlier about the gold standard for weekly student contact hour to full-time equivalent faculty being 525. So here's a program where it's 189. So this is a program that's struggling in terms of our productivity measures. Next slide, please. So in the fitness professional program, despite the low number of students, still half the students there are claiming a net goal of transfer. And you'll see that with low number of students, we have at the bottom table on the left, low number of certificate attainment. By the way, our retention in terms of students, what they say they will do and time to and complete, it's actually pretty high. If you just track it, the numbers actually match in terms of the education goal. So the students are completing, but it's just very low numbers of students in the program. Next slide, please. So when we look at the labor market information, what you find for a fitness professional, you don't have a table on the left, just to get your eyes located. You don't have lots of job offerings for bachelor's degrees in the region. So our credentials would fit most of the job offerings. But because we have so few completers, the labor market information that we talk about is rather unstable. Additionally, there's a lot of regional completers compared to job openings. So if you have 1,800 new regional completers per year and 2,500 openings, they're people who exist in the workforce who already have work experience. So it's a tougher market for our completers to get jobs if they don't already have work experience in the field. Next slide, please. So some challenges. So first, we talked about the median wage in Orange County or living wage that I rounded to 45,000. So the students that do complete are not really attaining a living wage. Again, because of this low number of completers, the data here is rather unstable. So I want to make sure I echo that several times. We have low student demand. We have competition from for-profit organizations. You could go online now and in 6 to 10 weeks with a $400 to $600 course, become a fitness professional, entry-level fitness professional. So there's significant competition for our program that would take a year and a half with how the courses are staggered. So in terms of what are we planning to do? Because the accompanying board report has a few programs that are not doing well. For each of the programs, we will initiate our program revitalization and discontinuance process. The board had a little bit of experience with that when the recommendation for discontinuance of photonics. It doesn't mean that the programs that we take a look at, a recommendation would come forward for discontinuance, but we have to figure a way to revitalize the programs. So we take a look at number of students currently in the program. Are they able to complete? Do we have a teach out process for them? Would there be full-time faculty that would have to be reassigned? So it's a very involved process that we can talk about later if there are additional questions. So next slide, please. So the concluding remarks, and specifically for Trustee Milchiker. So the community college system as a whole, we have some challenges. To sum up what we do and what we're trying to do is we're trying to take care of the skills gap. But just this Friday, the Wall Street Journal had an article, and the title, Community Colleges are an agile new player in training. By the way, the article was complimentary, but the fact that we're agile new player in training, we're not new, we've been around. So the colleges do struggle to advertise the traditional, vocational ed programs. And I would argue that in Orange County, when we talk about IVC specifically, does it add up? And I would say yes. So let's talk a little bit about IVC and our little niche. So for IVC and Orange County in particular, what we do is we're taking care of middle skills occupations, that's sort of our bread and butter, in professional services. So take healthcare out. So we're doing middle skills occupations in professional technical services. So let's make sure everyone understands what we're saying there. So the middle skills occupations would look like advertising, accounting, financial services, legal services, engineering, law enforcement, real estate, information technology, digital media, data analytics, business management services. So that's really our core. Now, as we think about how do we take care of the things that you wouldn't consider the professional technical services, we do want to make sure that we have some capacity and that we do experiment with trying to take care of the traditional workforce development needs. So for that, we're planning to hire a director of economic workforce development. So this person will be charged with doing the internships, the apprenticeships, job development. Additionally, what we find from models, the best models work where we're working with industry and there's a commitment to hiring. If we can convince a company or an industry sector to take our credentials, then that's how you have the best outcomes. So this person would serve as the liaison between the college, our faculty who are working on curriculum, and industry to try to produce outcomes. With that said, trying to find a niche, because we're not allowed to unnecessarily duplicate. So we have to anticipate things that aren't said and figure out some unmet needs. All the while, we take the marketable skills and living wage into account, and we do thorough data analysis there. So our basic program development philosophy is that we're willing to look at and experiment in any area where we see the possibility for robust enrollments, the possibility for students attaining jobs. Our practical considerations are can be summed up by the analysis we just talked about. Path dependency is really, we can experiment with contract education first, maybe some non-credit before you move into a full-blown credit program. And then we take a look at density. It's easy to build a program if you're gonna provide something that people already want. That's density. It's harder to build a program if you build it and then you have to go out and convince people that they actually want it. So we do take density of potential demand into consideration. I apologize for rushing, but I was trying to be respectful of time.
No, thank
So
you.
with that, we'll take questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the report. I do know the accounting program at IVC is famous because of your collaboration with Cal State Fullerton, and the students have this kind of regular they just go from IVC to Cal State Fullerton to get their bachelor's degrees, and then they get their master's degrees in accounting, and then they get really good jobs in the community. I mean, they top jobs in the community. So, and I didn't really know much about the exercise program, but it's interesting. And I do agree that you really do need to, for all of your career education programs, you have to ensure that students that are going to graduate from this program and get good jobs in the community. If there aren't good jobs there, you don't want to offer the programs, because that's lying to the students. It's not, there's no good end game for the students if they're in a program like that. And I think it's up to the college, of course, but a director of workforce development might be a good idea, because Irvine Valley College is right in the middle of the Irvine spectrum, where they have Broadcom and all the high-tech biotech building companies, and it would be really good to have collaboration with some of these companies. And I've talked to many of the legislators who said that we're perfectly poised there to offer these companies great workers who can make good jobs in the community and help build up the community. So thank you. Are there any other questions here? Okay, Trustee Jamal, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I guess one of my first question is in terms of your presentation. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. There was
Oh.
somebody else raise their hand.
Do you want to go?
No, you first.
So are you highlighting these two programs because the accounting certificate is considered the gold standard of the kind of CT discipline we want to offer, and then fitness is a program that needs more work? I'm trying to draw conclusions from that part of your presentation.
That is absolutely correct. So we're showing what the gold standard would look like. And we could have used administration of justice or some of the CIM programs, but we chose accounting to highlight what is a program that's robust, doing well, what does the numbers look like, and then for contrast, a program that is struggling.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see the accounting program so successful. I wish we didn't have to have it, the taxes were simpler and less, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So I mean, someone has to fill that niche, and why not it be IBC? You answered somewhat of my next question, which was, and maybe you can put it in a subsequent report, the areas you see, the CT disciplines where you see IBC's strongest niche, and you touched on it orally. it'd be nice to, maybe see that in writing going forward. And then my question is on, are there any emerging disciplines because of COVID or distance working where you see that might be emerging where IVC could have a niche in providing a certificate?
Specifically for COVID, it's, well, it'd be unnecessary duplication, the health sector, and that's our sister college. Now, with the work from home, what we're finding is that companies really need a lot more technology skills and data processing. So we are planning through the CIM department to start offering more courses with data management, data analytics.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And then Trustee Inman, you had a question?
I have two questions. The first is, do you hire full-time teachers or part-time teachers for these programs? You kind of touched on this. If you hire, it's much more difficult if you have a full-time teacher and the program doesn't go well, then what happens to them, et cetera. That was the first question. The second one is that this doesn't go back real far, but can you answer the question, how much longevity do these people have? So let's say someone gets gets a certificate in some subject and then goes out and starts to work. How long do they stay in those jobs?
Okay, to answer the first question, our philosophy now is that we would start new programs with existing full-time faculty assisting with the curriculum, and then we would hire part-time faculty as experts. Doesn't mean that we might not do something different, but that's our current philosophy because of the risk you take with having a permanent employee if the program isn't successful. With regards to longevity in jobs, it really depends on the individual sector, because some sectors are growing, some sectors are shrinking. So I wouldn't be able to answer that without doing data analysis. We have the data, by the way, but then I would need to tie that into specific programs. So it's hard to give a generalized answer for that. My apologies.
No, it's just a question.
Oh, Trustee Whit-Riddell.
Yes, Chris, I have a question. As we have at Saddleback, we have our economic development program here. And do we partner with IVC in our economic development? Because it's so important to have the externships, however you want to call them. Having had more than 15 years in nursing, creating internships every summer, I mean, we were the workhorse of supplying our hospitals and our medical associations with our graduates. And so, and maybe that's a lot easier to do than some narrow programs. But do we use the economic development programs to do this?
Yes, so in terms of partnerships, we do partner, but not as much as we should. So we'll own that. But the short answer is yes.
Because they're the ones who help us with internships. I mean, I'm not just looking when they graduate. I am looking while they're in school, working with an intern. It's just serendipitous to have that. It's just wonderful to have that. And it's probably you're going to get a job after that. So I'd like to see us doing more of that. COVID or not, I think industry would be more than welcoming our students. Your experiences, yes or no?
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other questions? I also wanted to point out that there's, you don't have time to talk about it, but there's a 24-page section, which I read thoroughly, about many of the different career options you have for students at Irvine Valley College. And most of this could be found on the IVC Guided Pathways webpage. And what I thought was nice about this extra document was that it is very easy to see, to check off whether these programs are working, whether they're neutral, or whether they're just not working, and how much money the students are going to be able to make in each one of these different careers, so they know right beforehand if how much money they're going to be if they finish this particular program and go into the workforce. I think that's helpful to give them all the information. As we're saying, be transparent, give them all the information up front, make sure they'll get jobs, and that's a really good thing. So thank you so much. Okay, anything else? No, okay, so thank you so much.
Appreciate the time.
What? So good report. And the next one we're going on to is the Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
I move the minutes.
Second.
Okay, Trustee Pendergast moved the minutes and Trustee Wright seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student Trustee Matteen.
Aye.
Okay, and the next one is 7.3, Chancellor and Trustee Travel, Trustee Compensation. And this has to be in the agenda by law, how much, if there's any travel, which our board, there's never any travel. We're very, very competent board that does not spend district money easily. Very conservative fiscally. Okay, the next item, do we vote on that item? Okay, is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Okay, there's a motion by Trustee Jamal and a second by Trustee Jay. Can you please call the roll?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student Trustee Matteen.
Aye.
Okay, the next item is 7.4, board policy revisions, and this is for review and study. Do we have to vote on this if it's for review and study?
You accept it.
Okay, so we do vote to accept it for review and study. This is the first reading of this. I read it all and I had all my questions answered earlier. Are there any
So
other
moved.
questions?
I have questions, but
Okay,
yeah,
Trustee-
go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
who made the motion?
Well, he can ask after this, if there's
Yeah.
a second. I moved it.
Okay, Trustee Jamal made the motion. Who seconded?
Trustee Wright.
Oh, Trustee Jay seconded. Okay, Trustee Prendergast, you speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want a little bit more explanation on the board policy dealing with compensation, and specifically the way I was reading the numbers, just to make sure that we're not in violation of anything. It showed that if we were between 25,000 and 60,000 students, our compensation would be $750 a month. But we're higher than that, and we're allowed to do that?
Just a little higher.
Yes, in code, the code specifies the dollar amount per month, but boards are allowed to give themselves a 5% annual increase. And so over the years, this board has elected to give at least a 5% increase to get you up to the current amount that you're at of $787.50.
But I remember when we did that, we were still below whatever our allowance was, and would be the only reason I can remember saying yes to an increase. I thought we were moving closer to the cap, not going over it.
Now, when you did that, which was actually back in 2017, you gave yourself a 5% increase. So you were at 750. With that 5% increase, it brought you up to the 787.50.
I understand that, but we were told at that time that at 750, we were still well below. I thought we were told 800 or 850, and that by doing 5%, we were moving closer to the amount that we were allowed, not going over the amount we were allowed.
You're not over the amount you're allowed because you're allowed to give yourself a 5% increase. So I know the way the code is written, it's kind of funky because it says if you're between 25,000 and 60,000 FTES, then your monthly amount is $750.
Okay.
However, it gives you the ability to provide yourself a 5% increase or raise every year. You guys have only done that once, so you could be much higher had you given yourself a 5% raise every single year that it was allowed.
Okay, so we're not in violation of anything by being at the amount we're at.
No, you're not.
Okay.
That's another example of the fiscal conservatism of the board. Really, absolutely.
And then I did have a question then also on the, as part of that, we're being told now that any compensation that we would get for internet usage or other types of things are now, they're technically against ed code. And so those would get wiped out when this gets passed.
Yeah, I believe that's in the policy now.
Right. But I'm just clarifying that
Just
that's
clarifying
making
that
sure everyone
that's
understands what
pulling
that
it
means.
into compliance with the legal requirement.
So all we're allowed is
We're allowed the
monthly
stipend,
stipend and travel
and health benefits.
and health, and that's it.
And that's
So
it.
no more reimbursement for usages of internet or phone or whatever.
Correct.
I never had phone.
Okay, so with that, it's potential, we could leave where we are with the stipend, vote a raise on the stipend, or vote a decrease on the stipend.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you can always take less.
Yes. Just making sure everyone knows the options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Prendergast. Are there any other questions on this? We have to vote on it for review and study. So can you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, I did have one more.
Okay, great ahead.
I'm sorry, the last one, the capital construction, that makes me very happy to know that we have something in place that makes sure that we don't let our buildings fall apart ever again. Thank you for having that in there.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Good idea. Okay, can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Mateen.
Aye.
Okay, so that was unanimous with the student trustee voting yes as well. So the next item is the vaccine mandate.
So the next item is the item that we have 91 public comments for. And what was stated in the agenda was that comments are limited to 2 minutes. So anyone who can do that math knows that that's about 3 hours for us to read comments. You do have in your board policy 2350 that each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes per topic, but that you have the right to establish a maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers. So given the fact, even though this was not published in the agenda today, it was the 2 minutes, we did not know that there would be 91 speakers. And so under an emergency clause, we believe that you could take action to limit the total number of minutes that you would devote to hearing comments. From those 91 comments, there are 71 who are no, against a vaccine mandate. There are 18 yes, and there are 2 that we don't know whether they're for or against it. So you would have to make a motion and a second. You would have to establish within that motion and the second the amount of time you would want to devote to hearing from the public speakers. We could start with the 4 speakers that have asked to speak directly to you. And then Vice Chancellor Gable and I could use the remainder of the amount of time that you establish to read the ones we received in order.
May I clarify, does it have to be specifically time, or can we say we want to give equal opportunity to both sides and hear 18 and 18 plus the 2? Instead of time.
You know, we did ask Randy Erickson to come back online to answer those kinds of very specific questions. So
I think that's a good idea to bring Randy Erickson. He's our attorney.
Our attorney.
Can I make another suggestion?
Yeah.
Being that we are elected by this community, I'd like to make a suggestion. I'm making a suggestion. Just came to me when I heard the chancellor share this, is that if we have 91 people, we were elected by them, I want to hear them, but maybe we can ask them for 1 minute. and really keep it to 1 minute. So all of those who want to speak, look to what you want to share and do it for 1 minute.
But the
All of
problem
us,
is we don't have those people on.
No, we just,
That she's
Right.
reading them.
yeah,
Oh,
So
yeah,
we don't have any way to know what 1 minute part they want to have read.
that would be a good idea, but you're right, we just have, the 4 people that want to speak to us, and then all the rest are just written comments. So we could try, you could try to do as many as you can, just reading a short amount from each one.
I mean, I agree with Terry that if you're going to hear someone's speech, you want to hear what they want to say, but we don't have that opportunity with this format.
Yeah.
But I do also want to give equal time to each side of the argument. That's why I'm trying to find out if it has to be strictly based on time. And if it does, then we just say 20, 2 minutes times 38, and that's our time.
I think that
And we
question
read
has to be
18.
asked, I think that question has to be asked by the attorney. I
Right.
don't know if we can
I
decide.
understand that, but I
which
want to
one.
be fair to the community. And
Yeah.
so I
But
want
there-
to ask the chancellor, when you read these, are they all 2 minutes?
I have not read them all. They were
But
coming in.
in looking at them, they're a page long. Can you
Well,
read it
some of
in
them are multiple pages. Some of them are stapled.
Yeah, I don't even,
I have half, and Vice Chancellor Gable has the other half.
my point, you're right. It would be great to hear from all 91 people, but 91 times 2 is 3 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
That puts us here, I mean, it's 8 o'clock right now. That's 11 o'clock before we even act on it and have
before
our
we-
own discussion on it.
And then we have the rest of the agenda to finish after that, of course.
So if we did, like I said, if we did 38 times 2 and set that as the time, is that allowed? And then, again, try and give 18 plus the 2 we don't know.
I don't know if we can decide
Some of us
that.
stay that
I don't know if we could decide to take the same number of one side as the other. I don't know if legally we can do that. We'd have to ask the attorney that. I mean, I think
Well,
it's a
we're
good
waiting
idea.
to hear from him.
Oh, Randy's there.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, there
where's
he is.
Randy? Yeah, I mean,
Hi,
I just
everyone.
want to make sure that we're following the law.
And just for sake of not, all of them get entered into the public record as
Yeah.
in the minutes,
Yeah, we
regardless
all-
of whether they get read out loud or not.
Yeah, they do.
Well, and that's going to be my suggestion. So the board has the ability under both the recently revised government code sections plus under case law that have interpreted this, the board has the ability to place reasonable restrictions on the time limits. And the cases, the one case is Chafee versus San Francisco Public Library, 134 Cal App 4th 109. It specifically talks about while it can't be done unreasonably or arbitrarily, there's absolutely situations in which it would be appropriate to set stricter time limits, and those include either fitting everyone in or to complete a meeting with a lengthy agenda within a reasonable time, which I believe would be the one that would apply here. It also says it allows public entities to exercise their reasonable discretion in departing from normal time limits. In that particular case, they changed it from a 3-minute time limit to a 2-minute time limit so that they could accommodate several people who wanted to talk. So I think that there's a couple of options that the district could do. I'm not sure, because several of the written comments or several of the comments are in writing, I'm not sure that there can be necessarily a limit on them. But what I think, what I would recommend is that the district make a determination as to what a reasonable timeline would be. And it's already got the limits of 2 minutes, and it can place a reasonable time limit on the duration of the comments. I'd recommend that the live comments go first. And I'd recommend that the remainder of the time that's decided be spent reading the comments. Please note that live comments can be requested at any time during the comment period. So if somebody towards the end wants to make a live comment, they get to do that. And then, in order that this is an information item, no action's being taken on this meeting today. So
No, this is an action item.
Oh, it's an action item.
It's an action item to
Yes.
approve to approve. Okay. I'd also then recommend that the remaining comments do be made part of the board minutes.
So I want to say something.
Yeah, Trustee
So
John.
I think that Trustee Whit-Rydell is right. Members of the community who've expressed interest to comment should be able to comment. I think that if there's latitude, Randy, in the time allocation, if the comments are, repetitive, meaning reaffirming the same message, it's unfortunate that we don't have people live, where we can ask that, if comments are going to be similar, that they reduce the length of time in which they comment. But we don't, because we have them in writing, I don't believe we have editorial discretion to decide which portion of the written comments we want to read. I don't believe so, unless there's some way to do that, Randy.
I don't, I would be cautious of providing any editorial.
Right.
Any editorial.
I agree.
Modifying or commenting.
Yeah, we do want to hear our constituents. It's important, as Trustee Witt said, to hear our constituents. It's very important because we want to remain open and transparent, but yet 3 hours of hearing.
Okay, so we've got how many comments that, and by the way, we've been receiving comments for several weeks now. But as far as this evening, there are 91 comments.
Total,
And how many that wish to speak against?
71.
So 71 and 19.
18
18 in favor. So we could allocate time proportionately based on those volume of comments for this evening. I mean, as Randy said, our attorney said, people are allowed to request to speak during the comment period. It's not closed, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Until you reach the timeline designated, unless we're just now saying we're just gonna let it roll. Because that sounds like what you guys want to do.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I'm getting the gist of from two trustees, is they want to hear from everybody, so.
No,
I didn't,
no, no,
I
no.
didn't say
Well,
that. I said I'd like to hear from everybody, but I think the time just doesn't permit it now. I mean, we just can't be here until 3 in the morning. It's just too much.
So if we say that we allocate an hour of comments and that 78% of the time should be given to comments that are in opposition, is that?
Well, I think we do it by the total as opposed to, because the comments are going to be different lengths, so.
Well, right, I'm just trying to
No,
say.
I think what he's trying to say is.
We can't, because there are more. I mean, so that means you'd be.
So instead of equal time, give it
Correct.
proportional
I'm
time.
talking about proportionate time.
Okay. If
Go ahead.
someone can
She
figure
has a
that
question.
out.
Oh, Trustee Inman?
I saw when you held up some of the comments, if a comment is 1 page, 2 page, very, very long, can we have a timer and at the end of 2 minutes?
Yes, 2
Of
minutes
course,
is the
yes.
maximum. That was established in the board agenda and is
Fine.
Yeah.
actually established in board policy.
Yeah, and that's even the truth, as you know, for board members as well. No
All
one
right, I
can
make
speak.
a motion that we limit public comments to 1 hour and have proportional representation of the comments based on the numbers that were presented.
Second.
This
Is there
But
something-
discussion.
and the only.
Is
I
there
would
any
just-
discussion?
And my only amendment to that is that what if people request to comment orally as we're during the comment period? How are we going to handle those?
So that's what Grace and Kristen will watch for, and then
So-
let us know.
Let's get through the hour. If you're okay with, let's get through the hour and see if there's additional requests and.
And we'll need to extend the
We'll need to
meeting
extend the
because the
meeting.
hour will go
Okay.
beyond.
Oh, yeah.
But let's do one thing at a
I-
time.
I think.
Discussion.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Witt, Rydell.
We had a lengthy discussion about our mascot. And we listened to 32 one meeting, and we listened to, 12, whatever it was, the prior meeting. And I'm here to say that, once again, the public is who we're here for. And 1 hour, I don't know if it's enough.
But
I don't want to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Are these,
But I do know that we could possibly table some of this to our next board meeting and just have those comments read at that time. But in all fairness, you can't do that? Well, maybe we'll have a vote in the discussion of what we're going to do with this policy.
Well, let's start this process. An hour might not be enough, and, you know, maybe it should be an hour and a half. I know it's, you know, look, it's, you know, this isn't a celebratory moment. But I'm assuming all 91 comments are taxpayers in the district.
I don't know that.
Well, I'm making that assumption. We'll find out when we start
Did
hearing.
they say where they're
comments.
living? Where they live?
I mean, I
Some
don't.
do and some don't, but we
Yeah.
cannot.
We're not allowed
They
to
can be
ask.
anonymous.
Correct, could be anonymous. But I have to make that assumption.
Okay.
I think we should.
It's an honest assumption, everyone.
Yeah, we agree.
Somebody from New York is not going to give us a comment.
Well, I mean, I think I like to be open and honest and transparent and be good to all our constituents and all our employees and all our students. But, you know, I think
All right,
listening.
I withdraw my motion. Somebody else make it.
No, I think
No,
I did.
you guys,
I was going to end support of it. You sound like my son.
no.
I was going to
We're
say that I
spending more
think.
time on figuring out how long to do it than we're
I
just
think
gonna
an
do it.
hour is a good amount to listen to the sides of what the people have to say and to listen and to reflect on what they have to say. That's what I have to say. So let's.
We had a motion in a second.
We had a motion in a second. Okay. Do you want to call the roll
Yes.
for 60 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what the motion.
The motion is for 60 minutes to allow the 4 people that have already designated they want to read their own comments for 2 minutes each. And then for proportional reading of the paper ones. And then at the end of that hour, if there are people that wants to speak in person that were not already on the list, then we'll address that at that time, how much time we want to give to that.
Let's move ahead.
Okay.
motion.
Can you call the roll, please?
We need a motion.
Well, I made the motion.
The motion.
And second.
There was a
And
second.
There was a trustee Wright
Tim made the
second.
motion, and who seconded?
TJ.
And-
I
and
made the
Jim-
motion.
Made the motion.
Right, seconded.
Jim seconded it.
Okay. Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay. Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Abstain.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Mateen.
Aye.
I would also like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, trustee Prendergast makes the motion and trustee Jay seconds it. And can you call the roll for that motion, please?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Mateen.
Aye.
So the first public comment would be from Julie Bishop, if she's available.
Silence.
I'm sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It took a minute to figure out how to unmute. Hi, my name is Julie Bishop. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. I am a registered nurse and my daughter is a student athlete at Saddleback College. I strongly oppose vaccine mandates for our students. These mandates are not only illegal, unconstitutional, they go against our basic civil rights. We live in America, a free country. If someone wants an offered medical intervention, they have the right to accept or deny it, period. Let's remind ourselves that the survival rate for COVID-19 for 0 to 49-year-olds is 99.9+%. My daughter already had COVID. She has antibodies and natural immunity, which we know is the best form of protection. I'm assuming hundreds, if not thousands of students have already had COVID as well. These students should not receive this injection, in my professional opinion. They have every right to submit their antibody results as an alternative to the injection if this mandate actually passes. And let's talk about vaccines for 1 second, you guys. Vaccines traditionally have been gone through a very rigorous testing process of 5 years maybe, and they're proven to be safe and effective before they're on the market. And they're also, effective. Chickenpox vaccine, you get it, you don't get chickenpox. This experimental gene therapy injection does not prevent COVID. The breakthrough rate right now is upwards of 30% due to the variants, which are caused because of the vaccines. So how can it even be called a vaccine? It's not. I will not call it a vaccine. There's been no long-term studies for safety and effectiveness. And the adverse reactions is something we really need to be mindful of. I work in a medical clinic that offers alternative regenerative medical treatments. I can tell you firsthand, based on what we're seeing and hearing from other similar practices, there's an alarming trend among college-age people and young adults, otherwise healthy, cardiomyopathy, debilitating neurosymptoms, and it goes on. And I want to know if you guys are going to be held accountable and liable if even one of your students gets these side effects because you're mandating this and giving them no choice.
So that's time. Next is Heidi Ochoa.
Dear board members, I'm Heidi Ochoa, President-elect of Saddleback College's Academic Senate, and I'm also a communication studies professor. Here's my statement. People don't just attend community college because it's cheaper. We attend a community college because at one point in our lives, we were underserved in our education and community, and we needed a more stable ladder. We attended a community college because we have to work long hours, because we're parents, because we're caring for loved ones who are ill or who are dying. Some of us also have disabilities that we may or may not be aware of, which also makes us more vulnerable to COVID. According to an article appearing on the CDC's website, last updated June 21st, 2021, people with disabilities might be more likely to get infected or have severe illnesses from COVID because of underlying medical conditions, congregate living settings, or systemic health and social inequities. Some people with disabilities may not be able to recognize, identify, and/or communicate symptoms, decreasing the likelihood that we will get treatment in time. As a mother of a child who is nonverbal, I will tell you that online education is not an option for many of us with disabilities. In our very own adapted kinesiology department, Professor Mike Bennett reports that online education only worked for 40 of 300 students we used to serve in face-to-face education. And people are walking in our hallways maskless and eating and talking right now. I urge you to mandate a vaccination. We serve students whose bodies are vulnerable to illness, whether it be through living conditions or health conditions. Thank you.
Next is Jason Simmers.
Jason Simmers does not appear to be online at the moment.
Okay, so moving on to Megan Ruth.
And I think this is her. She's just going by Megan. So I'm going to promote somebody by the name of Megan, no last name.
Jessica disappeared again.
She's gone.
She disappeared again.
No,
She fell off.
no Megan.
So those were the four that asked to speak directly. So I will
She's
start
on.
with.
She's back on. Hold on. She keeps
coming on and then going off.
All right, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, sorry. All right. My name is Megan and I'm a local community member and I've actually grown up within the community. Furthermore, I'm a teacher in a district within our community. I am also an alumni from Saddleback Valley College. I have a question for you. Do you believe that you have the right and authority to deny an education from local taxpayers that fund your college based on their medical status? For me, as an educator, this is an easy choice. No, I have no authority over a person's medical decisions, nor would I want to, because it is none of my business. You do not know their medical history, and medicine is not a one size fits all. Additionally, there are a lot of concerning data coming out from the VAERS website where there are severe adverse reaction. Like the previous lady, I would like to know, are you going to be held reliable if you are going to force a mandate and force kids to get a vaccine that they do not want? As educators, we should never discriminate and refuse to teach a student based on race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, sexual preference, and yes, medical status. I would like to point out that your survey that you are so excited about with the 86% in favor for mandates was out of 200 and something people. Your campuses have over thousands of people. This is not enough. This is not a good enough survey to support such a tyrannical mandate of all students, faculty, and local members who wish to step foot on your campus. There's not enough evidence to show the efficacy of the vaccine. In fact, data coming from Israel is showing the efficacy at 39%. Because of this, they are now mandating a third booster with talks of fourth boosters and happening every 6 months. There's no end in sight. How do you think that this ends? These aren't good enough numbers to mandate, especially when long-term effects are not known and clinical trials are not done until 2023. It's simple. Please give the people the right to choose their own medical decisions. Do not coerce students. Do not dangle their education in front of them and force them to get a vaccine in order to learn. If you do this, there will be lawsuits. Look at New York Unified that tried to enforce such mandates, and now they have been blocked by a judge. Please vote against this and give your students and faculty the respect and freedom to choose.
The next comment is from Donald Bradshaw, professor of accounting and business management at Irvine Valley College. A vaccine mandate needs to have exceptions if it is to be respected. I don't think it's possible for vaccination immunity to be superior to natural immunity. The largest comparative study of natural COVID-19 immunity versus vaccination immunity done in Israel concluded that natural immunity was 27 times better than vaccination immunity. So what do you say to someone who has a positive COVID-19 test and later a negative one? Or what do you say to someone who had a positive COVID-19 antibody test from a year ago? These people who would be exceptions are not more likely than a vaccinated person to have or carry COVID-19. When you lose a customer, you often lose them for life or even multiple generations. If a vaccine mandate damages the IVC brand with only 10% of our students, that can have long-run implications. I fully realize we could also damage the brand image with those seeking complete risk elimination if we don't mandate. So perhaps this is a lose-lose situation. If we opt for a more logical risk management posture, we are acknowledging that this virus will be with us forever, and not one of us will avoid eventual exposure unless you're hit by a truck first. And the cost-benefit changes with differences in age or weight. The younger one is, the more the vaccine poses risk. The older one is, the more the vaccine confers benefit. The faculty and staff are far more at risk than the majority of our students. I would personally vote no on a vaccine mandate that omits exceptions. Proof of natural immunity is a whole different matter. The one thing I am certain of is that we no longer be an open enrollment institution if we have a blanket vaccination mandate.
Next up is from Lauren Bennett. As an alum from Saddleback and IVC, I am shocked to find out you're considering the vaccine mandate for students to attend. For a college that is supposed to be a jump start to young students and older students to want to go back to college, this will limit people wanting to attend. You are singling out a group of people. You are creating a culture at your school of making people choose a mandate over choice. You will narrow out so many minorities by forcing this mandate. As your school is trying to be politically correct and follow the norm, it's pretty much racism at its finest. I hope you don't ruin people's dreams of getting their foot back in the door to get a degree. You will delay people's opportunities to achieve goals and ability to attend if you enforce this. I hope you will reconsider. Best wishes, Lauren Bennett.
From Courtney Olson, Dear SOCCCD, this letter is in response to the upcoming meeting scheduled for Monday, September 27th, 2021, to discuss mandating COVID-19 vaccines for all students, faculty, and volunteers to participate in in-person education within SOCCCD. As a resident of Orange County, I sincerely object on a legal, scientific, and moral basis to such a proposed COVID-19 vaccine requirement, and I ask you to reject this immediately. Thank you, Courtney.
From Jonathan McCormick. I'm writing to strongly oppose vaccine mandates for students and faculty of South Orange County colleges. After rushed development, the FDA used a shorter review process for approval. I oppose any measures that call for coerced or mandated medical interventions. No pharmaceutical product or procedure should ever be forced, particularly a fast-tracked experimental vaccine that is free from liability for any reaction, injury, or death. No government or employer has the right to insert itself into a medical decision that students or any individuals might make with their doctor. Personal choice, not public pressure or coercion, must be the only factor in getting the vaccine. I urge you to make sure that students and faculty are free to make responsible, informed choices about the best way to care for their health. Sincerely, Jonathan M.
In this country, we are blessed to have the best that science and medicine has to offer, thanks to our esteemed educational institutions such as South Orange County Community College District. Trained and experienced scientists and medical professionals have deemed COVID-19 vaccines safe, and published studies have found the vaccine to be a necessary tool in the fight against the pandemic, along with masks and social distancing. It is for that reason I support a vaccine mandate for students, educators, and staff to attend class or work in the school district. This will keep our students and teachers safe while expediting the end of a horrible pandemic, which has killed almost 700,000 innocent people. Thank you for having the courage to do the right thing. With respect, Wendy L. Fund, Coto de Casa.
Dear Board of Education for South Orange County Community College District, this letter is to inform you that your stated intent for the Board of Education of the South Orange County Community College District to take a vote to pass a resolution to mandate COVID-19 shot for all students so that they might participate in in-person learning here and after the resolution is illegal, unconstitutional, and must be abandoned. The board does not have legal, express, or implied authority to add new immunizations, let alone the currently available COVID-19 vaccines, and must issue a statement specifically informing district families of this, as well as of their right to choose whether or not to receive any of the currently available COVID-19 vaccines. The following is a brief summary of the grounds supporting our opposition. California has a list of 10 immunizations students are required to obtain. This list does not include COVID-19 vaccines. See California Health and Safety Code section 120335A1 through 10. Diphtheria, hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza type B, measles, mumps, pertussis, whooping cough, poliomyelitis, rubella, tetanus, varicella, chickenpox. Under subsection 120335A11, the only authority that may add new shots to the list is the California Department of Public Health. At this time, CDPH has not chosen to do so. As a result, the only immunizations required are those set forth above. There is no California law that grants individual schools or school districts the authority to unilaterally require additional vaccines to the immunization schedule in order for students to enjoy an in-person education. We presume this is why the board failed to include any such authority. To reiterate, because none exists.
Time.
Hello, I am a member of the South Orange County community, and I am voicing my concern about Agenda Item 7.5 COVID vaccination mandate. I am against a COVID-19 mandate for all South Orange County Community College District students. I know you are trying to prevent the spread of COVID-19 on your campus, which is a laudable goal. So let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that is the COVID-19 vaccines do not stop the spread of the virus. Indeed, a recent study from the University of Oxford analyzed the nose and throat swabs of 2.58 million tests, and this study showed that individuals who were fully vaccinated with Pfizer or AstraZeneca vaccines showed similar peak virus levels as unvaccinated people. Furthermore, another recent study, this one from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, demonstrated that the Delta variant grows inside the noses of vaccinated people in the same way it does in unvaccinated people. And let's hear this information from the horse's mouth, the infallible czar of science, Dr. Anthony Fauci himself. Indeed, when a CNBC reporter recently asked Dr. Fauci why Israel, which has one of the highest vaccination rates on earth, is currently seeing an explosion in COVID cases unlike anything they have ever experienced before, he answered, when the vaccine was designed and in clinical trials that prove its efficacy, these trials did not prove its efficacy against infection. They proved its efficacy against clinically apparent disease. And surely we all have anecdotal evidence from our own lives that suggests that fully vaccinated people can still catch and spread COVID-19. If COVID-19 vaccines do not prevent the spread of COVID-19, how can the South Orange County Community College District mandate them? If the district were truly interested in stopping the spread of disease, it would implement an extensive testing program, but obviously it's not interested in stopping the spread of the disease and is instead interested in forcing a medical procedure on its students that doesn't do what the district is claiming it does.
Time.
Thank you, Courtney DeHazard.
I have several children who are of the age and desire to take courses at local community colleges. Mandating that they be vaccinated in order to participate in on-campus learning is hateful, prejudiced, and a position based not upon information, data, facts, knowledge, but fear and twisted science. This exclusion of individuals from society, this de facto prosecution of the unvaccinated in some way reminds me of the Salem witch trials, attributing evil to a select group based upon subjective findings and fear masquerading as science or fact. We are taxpaying citizens who fund these schools and for a myriad of reasons are choosing to wait and see before utilizing an EUA-only vaccination, which is clearly within our international, national, and state rights. To penalize us by limiting our access to services we fund is a violation of our rights. Not to mention that such mandates are racist. They have a greater impact on and keep a disproportionate percentage of POC from participating in the means of advancing in society, thus impacting my own children who are of multi-ethnicity. Suzanne Smith.
To whom it may concern, I have 2 young children and we have struggled so much throughout the past year. Only in the U.S. does the health organization mandate masks for kids as young as 2. 2-year-olds struggle to keep their shoes and socks on, not to speak of a mask. The rest of the world agrees on the harms of masks in the social development of kids, their inability to use masks properly, hence canceling any and all benefits of wearing masks. And now we are at the brink of putting parents in a position to choose between vaccinating their kids and risking myocarditis to send them to school or quitting their jobs to keep their kids at home and homeschool them because of potential vaccine mandate. Multiple recent studies have shown that for young boys, the risk of myocarditis presenting itself as a side effect from the vaccine is greater than a serious complication from getting COVID. Both my husband and I are vaccinated, but we do not wish to take the risk of causing myocarditis to our young boys to vaccinate them against a virus that is as close to causing them serious harm as if the flu, if not. Countries like Norway have declared COVID to be as much of a threat as the flu. The United Kingdom is not recommending the vaccine for healthy kids aged 12 to 15 because of the risks of myocarditis and the consequences to follow. Some countries are recommending one shot, but ultimately there's not enough data to support the need for a rather unstudied vaccine to protect against a virus which does not greatly affect children. Tracy Beth Hogue, MD, who is a doctor from the panel which advises the CDC, has presented so many studies pointing to the risk of myocarditis exceeding the risk of serious illness caused by COVID. Parents should be given the choice of deciding what's best for their children without government interference. Schools reopening without masks and without vaccines have had near zero impact on COVID cases in the UK, which is further proof of lack of need for vaccine and vaccine mandates.
Time.
Iva Vaseva Bacheva.
Do not segregate our schools. Allow medical freedom for students. This is appalling and an extremely separatist way of running a college, which is a public institution ran with taxpayer money from local citizens who are against this. Tiffany, SJC, with a son, first year at Saddleback. Tiffany Collins.
This comment is for agenda item 7.5. I am currently a parent to a student who plans to take classes as an upper class student, special K-12 special admissions. This vaccine mandate will affect my child directly as he has a medical diagnosis of epilepsy and sincerely held religious beliefs that prevent him from taking the EUA vaccine. How does the college plan not to discriminate with this mandate against a student of color who cannot wear a mask due to his medical diagnosis and 2, cannot take the vaccine because of his religious views? The FDA has identified the PCR diagnostic test as a class 1 recall due to an inordinate frequency of false positive and negative results. The CDC has stated that there is no specific test to classify the Delta variant at the moment. Please keep in mind that IVC and SOCCCD is promoting equity, diversity, and an inclusive atmosphere where all can learn and feel welcome. I would hope that IVC is staying true to their core of building an accepting, encouraging, and unified community where my child will never experience real-day segregation and discrimination based on his medical diagnosis and sincere religious beliefs. A concerned parent and employee of IVC.
I am opposed to the mandating of vaccinations for students and staff members of the local community colleges. Such a policy discriminates against anyone that cannot get the vaccine due to medical issues or religious reasons. It especially discriminates against minorities that do not trust the government due to past historical actions of discrimination and misuse of power. Sincerely, Robin. It's Robin Pohl. Then I have the next one as well. So this is from Aspen Nolan. Board of Trustees. I respectfully submit my comments in response to agenda item 7.5, vaccination mandate. While I could write a multi-page paper stating the reasons why this mandate is not only unfair, unconstitutional, unjust, and wrong, I will be as brief as possible. Mandates aren't laws. We need to quit acting like they are. We have a legislative process that somehow is being superseded by power-hungry or financially motivated persons. As of today, September 26, 2021, we have a total of 5,384 deaths in Orange County going back to March 2020, 18-month period. Per our 2021 census, our OC population is 3,175,130 people, meaning our current survivability rate from COVID is 99.998%. As a side note, that same percentage applies nationally as well, a virus with 99% plus recovery rate. These are the total death counts recorded locally, and with the CDC, which is considered dying with and or from COVID, the CDC has now published that roughly 6% of the death toll nationwide is from COVID only. The other 94% of the COVID deaths have 2+ underlying comorbidities. I personally believe that everyone who has wanted to be vaccinated willfully and without coercion, bribery, or threatened with loss of freedom has gotten vaccinated. If people want to be vaccinated, they can certainly make the choice to do so. It is also unreasonable to require everyone else get vaccinated. If the vaccine works, then those folks who have gotten it should feel confident in their health decision and the efficacy, reliability of the vaccine. In conclusion, the IVC mission statement states, student equity, inclusion, access, and success are central to IVC's identity. It certainly appears a vaccine mandate is in direct contradiction to the mission statement.
Time.
Dear South Orange County Community College Board of Trustees, please vote no on the vaccine mandate. Mandating vaccines when clinical trials have not even finished is coercion under the Nuremberg Code. People should have a choice on what goes into their body. Many people already have natural immunity to COVID. Please do not mandate a medical procedure that has injured many people. Sincerely, Melissa Smith.
It's from Becky Turi. I am a taxpaying citizen of Orange County. I do not believe anyone should be forced to get an experimental vaccine in order to attend or work for any school district or to be on any school campus. The Constitution gives every American the right to choose what goes in their body, especially when it has only been cleared for emergency use. For that matter, mask mandates are unconstitutional and therefore should not be implemented either. There is more and more scientific proof that the vaccine does not protect against COVID-19 and that masks do not work against spreading virus. Be on the right side of history and do not vote on tyranny. Do what is right by the people and vote against mandates that are unconstitutional and go against the rights of the people. Thank you, Irvine, California resident. P.S. If Dr. Ryan Cole is correct, Grace Garcia and all board members, you will be held accountable.
I am a taxpayer here in Orange County and have 5 children who have in the past or are currently taking courses at Saddleback and IVC. Protracted school closures have created an educational and mental health emergency among students due to learning loss from remote learning and isolation from peers, sports, cultural activities, jobs, and other support systems. Teen suicides are at an all-time high. If you mandate vaccinations, I'm concerned you may force many students back into isolation and prevent some from participating in school sports, which may compromise their future success. What is the Board of Trustees of SOCCCD trying to accomplish by mandating COVID-19 vaccinations? Reduce the number of COVID-19 infections because of the Delta variant? The only FDA-approved vaccine that is lawful to mandate is the Pfizer one. It has a 39% effective rate of preventing infection, which is why the government is already recommending booster shots. Unfortunately, however, a significant number of persons in this country after being vaccinated are still contracting and spreading COVID. So vaccination mandates are not preventing the contracting and spread of COVID. Reduce hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. It makes no sense to mandate vaccine for a virus with a survivability rate of 99.98% in the entire American population under age 50. These are statistics provided by the CDC, but for the intellectually honest, it's difficult to understand why you would mandate a vaccine for the majority of college-age students who are healthy when there is almost a 0% chance of severe disease and death from COVID. And vaccination presents a real chance of experiencing adverse side effects in this age cohort. This decision, if approved, is a violation of the students' constitutional rights and an attack on their freedom to make decisions regarding their body and health. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to reject this proposal to mandate COVID-19 vaccinations. Respectfully, Jeff from Trabuco Canyon.
I think that's maybe a complete repeat. This is
Yes.
Joy
Joy
from. I'm a taxpayer here in Orange County and have 5 children.
While you compare those, I'll read the next one. Regarding agenda item 7.5, please vote no on vaccine mandates. Let parents decide what is best for their children. This vaccine has not been tested for years like other vaccines. One possible side effect is death among other severe possible complications.
And yes, the comment from Joy from was the exact same as from Jeff from, so I will not reread that one.
And this last one I read was from Lydia Wilmette.
So now we have, this is from Deirdre Hall. As a taxpayer and parent, I sincerely object on a legal, scientific, and moral basis to such a proposed COVID-19 vaccine requirement and ask you to reject this as well. California health and safety codes, first and foremost, does Saddleback have the legal authority under California law to mandate a new vaccine as a condition for in-person school attendance? The 10 immunizations required in order for students to gain admittance to public or private schools in California at certain stages of their education does not include any COVID-19 vaccines. See California Health and Safety Code, section 120335A1 through 10. under California Health and Safety Code, Section 120335A11. Note, only the California Department of Public Health can add a new vaccine to this immunization schedule, and at this time, CDPH has not done so. California law does not allow individual public schools or school districts to unilaterally decide which additional vaccines its students must take prior to being allowed to enjoy an in-person public education, an education guaranteed by our California Constitution, Article 9. Regarding emergency use authorization and liability, note, while neither CDPH nor our state legislature has mandated any COVID-19 vaccine for public or private school attendance, neither authority can do so while the vaccines are still under emergency use authorization. 21 United States Code Section 360 BBB-3. The EUA statute explicitly states that anyone to whom an EUA product is administered must be informed of the option to refuse the product, as well as the risks and benefits of receiving it.
This next one is from Sam Lockhart. Sam, would you like to read it yourself?
I can, if the board would prefer it.
I would say, go ahead.
All right. Greetings. I'm a third-year student working toward an associate's degree for transfer of biology at Saddleback College. And I've seen the campus in 3 different eras: pre-pandemic, during lockdown, and now with reduced capacity. From my experience as a student leader and aspiring scientist, I warn you, board trustees, that our current vaccination rates are not enough to entirely curtail the threat of SARS-CoV-2, and there's a threat of the re-implementation of lockdown. Recent studies and polls have indicated that a vaccination mandate could increase Saddleback College's rates by at least 10%, enough to protect us from such a scenario. I realize there are concerns of resistance against such a mandate, but in this instance, I must advise the necessities of those who are at risk or in poor health and thus more subject to complications from infection outweigh the desires of those who object to inoculation based on political rationale. We realize there will be pushback, but the fact remains that those who refuse to be vaccinated inherently place the rest of us at risk. Let me be frank. Most of us do not want to go back into lockdown. Many of us have at least one family member, friend, or colleague who's at risk of infected. And all of us rely on social contact and prefer to meet with our professors, friends, and colleagues in person without the restriction of a mask, without the fear of infection. Those who object to a vaccination mandate often cry that it would be an infringement on civil liberties. I counter the prolongation of this pandemic is not only an attack on freedom, but our rights to good health and longevity. With respect, I ask that you implement a mandate to allow us, the students, to remain on campus and continue our education. I advise that from the student standpoint, such a mandate would be popular across campus. And is an issue many of us feel strongly about. We anticipate there will be a few compelling voices that oppose such a measure, but in the greater scheme, their numbers are scarce, but vehement. Rest assured, if a mandate is implemented, it will not only be just, but favorable. Thank you.
This communique is to ask the Board of Trustees a few questions and make a public comment. I pose the questions first. Why mandate a drug that 100,000 are exempt from? Congress, USPS, Pfizer, any employer employing under 100 employees. When it's not mandated for everyone, it's time to question why. Public statement. When COVID-19 first hit the world back in 2020 and then the USA, a slew of emergency orders were issued across the state and the economy came to a halt. Masks and social distancing was mandated, yet COVID-19 still spread. Now we have had the COVID-19 vaccine for nearly a year, and the spread continues, and variants thrive and work around the vaccine. There is no scientific evidence that states or even suggests that 100% vaccination will end the COVID virus. In fact, just the opposite. UK and Israel studies. A leading researcher, Dr. Robert Malone, an inventor of the platform that the mNRA works from, has publicly stated that it's a false hope to think that getting everyone vaccinated will stop or slow this mutating man-made virus. When a breakout case occurs, it's actually a mutation infection the person has contracted. When this individual heals, they shed this mutation to other people, which the current vaccine doesn't stop. In fact, the efficacy rate for Delta variant is around 41%, roughly, the same as a standard flu shot, a much safer and proven vaccine, which isn't mandated. Moreover, the district has been successfully operating for nearly 2 years without any major outbreaks or issues. While it might be legal to mandate individuals get the vaccine, although a New York District Appeals judge has temporarily halted New York City's mandate for the Department of Education, is it moral or ethical to do so? Respectfully, Paul Bonkowski.
For the last 5 years, I have worked in the athletic department at a community college in the North Orange County Community College District. I personally oversee 200 student athletes. A little over a month ago, our district mandated vaccines for all students and faculty. When this announcement was made, I was flooded with calls, texts, and appointments from my students regarding this issue. The concerns they brought to me, and I want to bring to you today. Many of the students have already recovered from COVID. Some sent me CDC and WHO studies showing me that their immunity to COVID was the same, or in most studies, even stronger than those who had received both vaccines. They wanted to understand the science behind requiring proof of vaccination versus proof of immunity. I support them in this concern as I support science. If you choose to mandate vaccines, I ask that you do not confuse the critical thinkers you are educating in your schools. I ask that you use all the science. Requiring proof of immunity would be submitted no differently than requiring proof of vaccination. Thank you, Rue Andrade.
To whom it may concern, I am emailing to express my concern over the possible vaccine mandate. I urge you to vote against this unconstitutional mandate. My first question, of course, is this: what happened to my body, my choice? Apparently, that only applies to abortion these days. Contrary to popular belief, none, yes, I repeat, none of the COVID vaccines have been FDA approved. Please refer to the Pfizer website where it clearly states that BioNTech Comirnaty is the vaccine FDA approved, not the current one in circulation. Which brings me to my next point, which is who is liable for vaccine injury if the company is not? If you force my child to take this experimental, still in the third phase of trials, shot, then you will be liable for any injury associated with this shot. I will expect that from you. According to a recent FDA Vaccine and Biological Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting, they have suggested that this shot is hurting more than they are saving. I urge you to find this 8-hour meeting and fully listen to it so you are making your decisions based of following the science and data versus financial incentive and political pressures. Yes, I know how this all works. If you do not do due diligence and fully research, then you are complicit in this attack on our constitutional rights and health. Maybe go back and explore the history of the Holocaust while you are at it, because you are repeating history. Do your research. Thank you, Summer Nichols.
From Ann Osorio. I am a concerned taxpayer and parent. I would like to comment on the pending vote for mandate vaccination for the students of Saddleback College. As a parent and taxpayer, I am completely against the proposed vaccine mandate. According to the Constitution, which is the law of the land, are to be passed by legislators and lawmakers, governors, chancellors, politicians, or the CDC cannot make or pass the laws. They are voted by we the people. It is illegal according to the Constitution. There have been recordings of a high rate of vaccinated people still getting the COVID-19, which is just a flu. The survival rate of a person aged 0 to 19 is 99.9973%. The survival rate of a person aged 20 to 29 is 99.986%. The survival rate of a person aged 30 to 39 is 99.969%. There is no information provided with what is in the vaccine. There are no studies done with the long-term side effects of the vaccine. Will the colleges be responsible for any harm done to my child? In my opinion, we are being lied to and forced to take something that is still under trial stages. It's a shame that our freedom of choice is being taken away from us. I am completely against the vaccine. Thank you and have a blessed day.
I strongly disagree with this. As an alum of Saddleback, it should be people's choice, not a mandate. This is wrong. Matt Engelhard.
From Ruben Flores, South Orange County Community College Board of Directors. Thank you for this time to share my thoughts about this subject. I am Ruben Flores, a classified employee with 23 years at Saddleback. Even though I am retiring very soon, I want to take this moment to express my thoughts regarding this choice of whether or not to initiate a vaccine mandate. No one can debate the value of medical study or evidence of COVID-19, but it makes me wonder why the discussion seems to only concentrate on only vaccinated or unvaccinated. Unlike the proverbial coin, this issue has a third side. For anyone as myself who contracted COVID-19 in early 2020, why hasn't the condition of natural immunity not even been considered? Having read the mandate proposal, no mention of natural immunity is pointed out. Is follow science seriously a factor or choice to not rock the boat? Opinion without facts or any details can be merely conjecture.
I am in full support for a mandate from the board. While politically there may be hesitation within the ranks of the board due to politics, it is still the responsible and right thing for the district. Both the state and federal government requires vaccinations for other deadly and impactful viruses and illnesses. The Supreme Court has also supported several mandates over the history of this nation. Science, as well as millions of fully vaccinated Americans, are proof of the effectiveness of the three options. The goal of the vaccinations is not to prevent COVID, but to prevent an infection that could result in hospitalization or death. There is a majority of eligible candidates that have been fully vaccinated, but the majority has not reached the critical mass that would lead to the virus running out of the unvaccinated hosts. There have been incentives, gifts, lotteries, and honest scientific information to encourage the hesitant and unwilling to change their minds and join the majority of U.S. population. This program has lost its impact, and we have come to the point where the board needs to side with the health and safety of the majority of the SOCCCD community. The whole administration, staff, faculty, and students are your responsibility, and the way you keep the whole of the community safe and functional is to see that we are all protected by the most effective tool we have in fighting COVID. You, the board, are the top of structure of this community, and that position comes with the responsibility to make the final decisions for the whole community. Embrace that leadership you yourselves sought out in running for the position. So step up and be good leaders. Show us that you are capable of making the hard and right decision. Yes, if you put in a mandate, there will be a cost. There will be some that leave or retire or refuse and insist on having their case argued. But if you get our community at 99% vaccinated, there is statistically a lower percentage of massive issues arising on the campuses. Tim Swiss, lighting and sound designer, Saddleback College.
I am sending this email to let you know that I oppose the mandate that would force students and faculty. First of all, the COVID vaccines are under emergency use authorization. There is one product that has been approved, the Pfizer Comirnaty vaccine, but it is currently not available or in widespread circulation in the United States. Instead, the only COVID-19 vaccines that are being offered to the public are still under emergency use authorization, including Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine product. These vaccines are still under trial, and we have no knowledge of the long-term effects of these vaccines. In addition, these COVID-19 vaccines do nothing to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. As stated in all COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers' materials, the purpose of the vaccine clinical trials was to reduce hospitalization and death by reducing the symptoms of the virus in the person taking the vaccine. None of these vaccines were analyzed for transmission and prevention of COVID-19. If you look to Israel, which has the highest COVID vaccination rates, there is a high rate of in COVID infections. The CDC website currently has Israel in level 4, a very high level of COVID-19. The CDC also informs that fully vaccinated may be at risk for getting and spreading the COVID-19 variants. Again, I urge you to reconsider your decision to mandate COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you, Paula Garcia.
To whom it may concern, I have a child attending class online currently. This family has both religious and medical reasons for not participating in this Orwellian human experiment that is being perpetrated against all of humanity. This school needs to get on the right side of history or choose to be subject to crimes against humanity when the truth is revealed. No vaccine mandates anywhere. Gail Collins.
These comments are in reference to Agenda Item 7.5, COVID-19 vaccination mandate. I would like to voice my support in favor of a COVID-19 vaccination mandate. A mandate of this nature will make our campus community safer and make the campus a more welcoming environment to students and the surrounding community. With the vaccination mandate in place, our campus will contribute to a safer, healthier environment, which will allow our return to more normal activities. As a staff member in the Fine Arts and Media Technology, we have many students in high-touch classes, which have the potential of posing a higher risk of exposure. The vaccine would add a layer of protection that would give the faculty and staff working with these students a peace of mind to go about their jobs, the jobs they love, without the added anxiety of COVID-related exposure risk. As a proud member of CSEA, I want to mention that though the formal position of the CSEA union is a statement of neutrality, the position was not voted on within the membership. We were notified by the CSEA Executive Board that in an effort to protect the rights of the entire membership, neutrality would be the official position the union would take. While I respect the union for doing this, it should be noted by the Board of Trustees that this ambiguous stance could be misrepresenting how the membership feels about a vaccination mandate. Thank you. Sincerely, Michelle McDougall Jackson.
Dear esteemed Board of Trustees, I am an instructor in sociology and gender studies, and I am looking forward to getting back into the classroom with my students. However, as someone who has an autoimmune disease, having myself and students vaccinated is of utmost importance to me. We spend prolonged amounts of time in small spaces and often very near to one another during a class. I worry for my health and that of my students. I also am concerned that students may have children or siblings who are unable to be vaccinated and may carry COVID-19 home to them. Therefore, I am strongly in favor of a vaccine mandate. Best, Dr. April Cubbage, Professor of Sociology and Gender and Sexuality Studies.
From Teresa Mercado, please vote no on the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. There have been 0 long-term studies on what this vaccine may do to the health of these children and young adults. They survived COVID, and most have already had COVID. Please do the right thing. I am terrified for the future of these children. Please do the right thing and teach healthy eating, healthy living, and exercise over vaccines. This is the path for healthy kids and young adults, not forcing some EUA vaccine and some miracle drug. The path to health is not this way. Please teach healthy living and exercise to Saddleback students. They do not need a COVID-19 vaccine. There is currently no FDA-approved COVID-19 injection available anywhere in the U.S.
Dear SOCCCD Board of Trustees, I am an instructor and department chair of Geography, GIS, and Global Studies at Saddleback College. As a member of a department that offers an earth science laboratory course, we spend prolonged amounts of time in small spaces and often very near to one another during class. Most weeks of the semester, a lab assignment involves working in small groups based on the number of supplies or equipment that is available, gathering around a microscope, and sitting down next to a student to assist or answer their questions. I very much look forward to getting back into the classroom. However, as someone who has a parent with autoimmune disease, having myself and students vaccinated is of the utmost importance to me. I worry for my health and that of my students. I also am concerned that my fellow colleagues and students may have children or siblings who are unable to be vaccinated and may carry COVID-19 home to them. Therefore, I am strongly in favor of a vaccine mandate. Maureen K. Smith, Geography, GIS, and Global Studies Department Chair, Saddleback College.
The vaccine mandate for students and faculty cannot go through. This is unconstitutional. There needs to be freedom of choice, especially where there is 0 long-term health studies. You want these kids to inject something into their bodies when there's conflicting data from FDA, CDC, doctors, etc. This is not okay, and I 100% oppose this mandate. Thank you, Andrea Trounce.
Please vote against mandatory vaccination for students and employees. Value freedom and do not deny education or employment based on vaccination status. Do not discriminate. You are in leadership at this crucial time, our history. Please make the better choice and do not allow segregation or discrimination. Thank you for your time. Janine Winberry.
I would like to make the following public comment to the Board of Trustees. I would like to echo the support of the IVC Academic Senate and ASIVC resolutions for a stringent vaccine mandate. As a public institution of higher learning, I think it sends a strong message to the community that we base policy on science-based public health recommendations. As a community college, we have a mandate to protect our community. The mandate coincides with a clearly outlined policy to require vaccinations. Throughout the pandemic, I have been grateful for the care and concern this district has shown the community by allowing remote work and education. This has ensured that I could not only protect our students, but my family as well. I have an unvaccinated child at home who is ineligible due to age. Without certainty of when this eligibility will come, I would like to continue to see our district think about the wider community, including our own vulnerable extended family members in the district. Thank you for your consideration, Brittany Adams, Humanities Chair and Academic Senator for IVC.
As a resident of South Orange County and a former student at Saddleback Community College, I resolutely and vehemently oppose mandating vaccines. The vaccines in question are the most lethal vaccines ever introduced in the United States. The manufacturers are indemnified from any harm caused by the vaccines to their subjects, and government legislatures are exempting themselves from mandates. Why would we even consider requiring our students and teachers to submit to such a high-risk exposure? New York is leading the way in demonstrating that vaccine mandates lead to unsupportable declines in personnel in vital positions such as healthcare and emergency services. Please do not destroy lives and livelihoods and the future of our youth by mandating actions that should be the free choice of the individual in a free society. Thank you, Carrie S. Berry.
Dear board members, I am a resident parent and taxpayer in Laguna Niguel. My high schoolers are concurrently enrolled in high school and Saddleback Valley College and are under the age of 16. I strongly oppose the mandate on agenda item 7.5, and so does my community and fellow taxpayers who fund Saddleback College. The vaccine mandate is unconstitutional since it overrides the freedoms guaranteed in our most precious Constitution. Moreover, COVID-19 is not at all a risk for the student school-going age group. As highlighted recently by Senator Rand Paul, for those under the age of 25, the seasonal flu is more deadly than COVID-19, and we have never mandated flu vaccines. The authoritarian madness needs to stop. It is illegitimate, unconstitutional, and not backed by the science at all. Vote no on the mandate in Agenda 7.5. No mandatory COVID vaccines for students. Respectfully, Catherine Mayhew.
I support a vaccine mandate for the SOCCCD district for spring 2021 for the protection of the students, staff, and faculty in the district. A vaccine mandate would also help protect the families of our district community. Our district has students and staff who have young children at home who cannot be vaccinated. This semester, I have spoken to 2 students who are caring for family members who are undergoing treatment for cancer. The students have said that they want to take every precaution possible to help keep their family members safe, but they also want to continue their education. It makes sense for our district to do everything possible to support the health of our community, and a vaccine mandate allows us to do that. In addition, the Saddleback College Associated Student Government unanimously passed a resolution in favor of a vaccine mandate, and it is important for the district to support our students. Thank you for your time and consideration. Carolyn G., Professor of Psychology, Saddleback College.
Do you want to catch up at all? Because I'm
Yep.
at 45.
All right. I am writing to express my concern over the proposed COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Thank you for allowing our concerns to be voiced. I understand the board desires to follow protocol and CDC guidelines in trying to protect its students, faculty, and staff. However, a vaccine mandate is a misguided, even draconian response to this pandemic moment. It is deeply disappointing that a higher education institution like Saddleback College and SOCCCD is on the verge of joining the bandwagon of community colleges, giving in to such illogical thinking, fear-based thinking, and a false sense of safety. Either the vaccinations are foolproof or not. Clearly, they are not with the breakthrough cases. Therefore, trying to blame the unvaccinated and forcing something unknown into our bodies in order to keep our jobs in the name of safety is outrageous, especially for those with natural immunity. This absolutely makes no sense. My issues with the policy are as follows. Mandating the vaccine is not necessary for multiple reasons. Achieving 100% vaccination may feel safer, but much of the data does not support that. First, multiple studies show that natural immunity is actually more effective than the vaccine in preventing infection, which I find referenced nowhere in your data presented. One from Washington University concludes that people who recover from COVID have bone marrow cells that can turn out antibodies for decades. Extensive statistical and anecdotal evidence points to the fact that unvaccinated persons with prior infection and recovery are far less likely, 13 times less, according to a study done in Israel, to contract COVID-19 than a vaccinated person with no prior infection. Second, unvaccinated people are not a threat to vaccinated people if the vaccine is truly effective at preventing infection and spread. However, even Dr. Fauci has stated that vaccinated people with breakthrough...
Tara Brode. Dear board members, I thank you for allowing public comments on your agenda for tonight's meeting. Although I cannot attend the Zoom meeting, I would like to voice my objection to the vaccine mandates. My reasons are listed below, and I truly hope you take the time to read, listen to each reason listed, and thoroughly think about the implications you are imposing on your students and staff. The vaccines for COVID-19 are not sterilizing and do not prevent infection or transmission. They are leaky vaccines. This means they remove the evolutionary pressure on the virus to become less lethal. It also means that the vaccinated are perfect carriers. In other words, those who are vaccinated are a threat to the unvaccinated, not the other way around. All of the COVID-19 vaccines currently in use have undergone minimal testing with highly accelerated clinical trials. Though they appear to limit severe illness, the long-term safety profile of these vaccines remains unknown. Some of these so-called vaccines utilize an untested new technology that has never been used in vaccines before. Traditional vaccines use weakened or killed virus to stimulate an immune response. The Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines do not. They are purported to consist of an intramuscular shot containing a suspension of lipid nanoparticles filled with messenger RNA. The way they generate an immune response is by fusing with cells in a vaccine recipient's shoulder undergoing endocytosis, releasing their mRNA cargo into those cells, and then utilizing the ribosomes in those cells to synthesize modified SARS-CoV-2 spike proteins in situ. These modified spike proteins then migrate to the surface of the cell, where they are anchored in place by a transmembrane domain. The adaptive immune system detects the non-human viral protein being expressed by these cells and then forms antibodies against the protein. This is purported to confer protection against the virus by training the adaptive...
This is from Dan Walsh. Members of the board, Chancellor Burke. My name is Dan Walsh, and I'm a faculty member at Saddleback College. I am speaking to you in support of the proposed vaccine mandate on the agenda this evening. Vaccine mandates are nothing new. In fact, my child almost got kicked out of school recently because the district records showed that she was missing her chickenpox vaccine. Fortunately, it was a clerical error. I have my smallpox vaccine scar on my arm that I show my students when we talk about diseases and pandemics in class. It is the right thing to do for everyone's safety and to help get this pandemic under control. I and other faculty members have been desiring this mandate for some time. Imagine being in a closed classroom for an hour and 20 minutes with 45 strangers that, based on statistics, 25% are not vaccinated. College-age students are very susceptible to the current Delta variant. Now do that 10 times a week. We can expect transmission among students and employees without the mandate. One of the district's goals is to transform lives through learning and achievements. We have learned that the vaccine is safe. We have learned that it works. Let's also save lives through what has been learned and achieved with the vaccines.
So I'm told that that's an hour. And that was number 46.
45.
Or
40.
40. We got through 45,
Yeah.
which is half.
Before recess, can I just ask the Grace a question? Have there been additional requests to speak? How many?
Right now, there are 10.
Okay.
I would like
I
to
just-
call for a 10-minute break, because I think the board needs a
We'll,
little bit
we'll
of.
take a 10-minute recess.
So
Good idea.
Do we have a motion?
I moved a recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so it's trustee Jamal made the motion, trustee Inman seconded it, and, can you call the roll?
Trustee Inman? Trustee Jay? Trustee Jamal?
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker? Trustee Prendergast?
Aye.
Trustee Rydell?
Aye.
Trustee Wright?
Aye.
Student trustee Matee?
Aye.
Let's go.
The moment calls.
Okay, so we're
Recording in progress.
we're back, back in order, and since we said we'd listen to the next people that wanted to call in, I think we have 10 people that called in, so now we have an opportunity to listen to the 10 of them, but we have to, according to board policy, we have to keep each person at 2 minutes only.
Can I make a small point of order?
Yes,
If there's a way, if Jeff Nichols is still on, I'd like to give him his opportunity to speak when he tried to speak during the public hearing on areas. So if he is still around and
Oh.
wants to still speak, I'd like to let him have his opportunity
Good
as well.
idea, thank you, very thoughtful. So you can bring them on now, okay?
Oh, hey guys, this is Jeff Nichols. Can I speak now?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I like this format. I'm glad a lot of the folks got their points across. And to be honest with you, one of my wife's letters was able to be read. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity. I hope you guys do the right thing. Lots of great points, and I'll give the time back to the other folks.
Okay, thank you for being so generous with your timing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First person we're promoting is Jason Jones.
Unmute. So Jason's. Hello? Hello? Whoa. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to just address the board that, again, another parent against mandated vaccination. Again, I think you're opening yourselves up to a lot of litigation. I think that probably it'd be best to probably bury this one. So again, I wish you all the best, and I wish that you guys all make a wise decision. And we'll see how it goes from here. Thank you.
Next is Lisa Alvarez.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, I'm Lisa Alvarez. I've taught at IVC for almost 30 years. I am proud and relieved that tonight the board is poised to adopt a vaccine mandate and join the dozens of other college districts across the state, as well as the UC and CSU systems, to ensure a safe return to campus in the spring. I know that some may hesitate to take this step, believing that vaccination is a personal choice that doesn't affect anyone but them. But we in public education have always had to respect public health dictates. Just this week, I received notification about my required follow-up TB certification that ensures the district that I am free of TB. Certification of TB clearance is mandated to occur every 4 years per state regulations and is a requirement of employment with this district. The COVID vaccine mandate is in keeping with TB clearance and other mandates. As Dr. Anita Surkar, a doctor and UCLA professor, wrote in the LA Times, the burden of this pandemic now rests on the shoulders of the unvaccinated, on those who are eligible to get vaccinated but choose not to, a decision they defend by declaring vaccination is a deeply personal choice. But perhaps never in history has anyone's personal choice affected the world as a whole as it does right now, when hundreds and thousands of people continue to die, when the most vulnerable members of our society, our children, cannot be vaccinated, the luxury of choice ceases to exist. In adopting a vaccine mandate, our district becomes part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Next is Jason Knickerbocker.
Hello. Hi, I'm a recent graduate of South College, and I'm commenting because I found it extremely interesting that I received multiple emails over a year regarding the mascot change. In these emails, I was consistently reminded that my opinion matters in regards to the mascot. However, I received 0 emails about this board meeting in item number 7.5. I learned of this from a city Facebook page. If my opinion matters so much, why haven't I received any emails asking what my opinion is or letting me know when the meeting is? Why doesn't my opinion matter much more on this? I'm extremely against this mandate. Among numerous issues with it, it is illegal. If this mandate passes, which it should never, all board members and President Elliott Stern should be eager to be held responsible for the imminent injury and death of Saddleback College students, staff, and faculty. Thank you.
Next is Mary Opal. It's not. don't know. Okay, next is Stacy.
Hi, this is Troy speaking for Stacy. I'm very concerned and I'm outright frightened that Saddleback will force our children to take specific injections of pharmaceuticals with little to no regard for possible adverse reactions. Like many families in America, our family includes children who have autoimmune disorders. These disorders create severe reactions to many medications and foods. We as parents are responsible and accountable to what medications and foods will harm our children. And we as parents also have the responsibility to protect our children from any ingredient that will be detrimental to our children's health. If Saddleback chooses to force students to take a pharmaceutical, who will be accountable for adverse reactions? I know who will be. What options will high-risk students with a history of adverse reactions to injections have? The vaccine fact sheets produced by the pharmaceutical companies themselves clearly indicate that those with adverse reactions to injections should consult their doctors. Well, guess what? We have, and our family has decided our children should not take this particular injection as the potential risk of adverse reaction far outweighs the benefits to their health. So now what? Will our kids be discriminated against because they have allergic reactions to certain medications? I hope the university will accommodate those with legitimate health concerns through medical and religious exemptions. And I also want to call out the attitude from President Elliott Stern on the video that's circulating through students and faculty and staff, saying that anyone that objects to these vaccines is stupid and he's smarter and somehow they don't have the critical thinking skills. Well, a lot of us went to premier universities in the US, and we, in fact, have our own critical thinking skills to make our own decisions. Thank you.
Next is Harry Robinson.
Hello. Hi, my name is Harry Robinson. I'm a pastoral counselor here in Mission Viejo. And my daughter attends Saddleback College now and plays sports. My concern is that many people who are fearful about whether to take the vaccine or who are fearful of the fact that they may contract COVID-19 are making choices based upon those fears. And my concern is that even though there are fears on both sides, that we would not allow the constitutional provisions that are given to each of us to have free choice to be usurped by the fact that there's fear. There is, like everyone has spoken of, there is not 100% clarity that this vaccine won't injure people, and there's not 100% assurity that this vaccine prevent anyone from getting COVID. I would hope that we would stay with the Constitution and not let things that cause us fear to usurp what our founders have made provisions for, so that we don't become a country that is governed by fear. And fear is what will allow leaders to take control of us in ways that take our freedoms away. So thank you for listening, and I would hope that you would not make this mandate approved.
Next is Troy Brown.
How many did we have?
Oh, this is Troy. I'll give my time back. I said my piece. Thank you.
Next is Andre E.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
What? Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Sorry.
Hi, good evening to all fellow Americans.
Hello.
My family fled communist Cuba during the revolution. My family lost everything to communism, absolutely everything, including freedom of choices. I don't want the same to happen to my home country of the US. I'm first generation born in the US. My name is Andre. I'm currently a student at Saddleback College using my veteran GI Bills. GI Bill benefits, and a resident of RSM. I served my country just over 5 years in the Marines as an infantryman with 3 combat deployments with distinguished awards for bravery in combat. I served my community as a police officer for 10 years. I've been attending in person since summer of 21 semester, now fall 21. We never had a problem, but now we may be mandated to vaccinate. I've already had COVID 2 times. How do my antibodies play into the mandate? I also have underlying medical conditions that may flare up and cause me fatal damage by taking the vaccine. Whatever happened to my body, my choice. We live in the United States of America where we have a choice. I beg of you, please protect our freedoms of personal choice. As a disabled veteran, I can't fight anymore. I need strong people and powerful people like you now to fight for me and voice like I fought and bled for you. Thank you for your time. God bless the United States of America. Also, I wanted to add, why are you guys holding this meeting over Zoom when you guys are mandating us, the students, to be in class since summer of 21? Be leaders and lead from the front. I'm an American by birth, Cuban by blood, and a U.S. Marine by choice. Semper Fidelis. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Sheldon.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm an adjunct faculty member. I teach at Irvine Valley College. Anyways, let me read my 2 minutes, please. Esteemed board, Madam President, I will do my level best to be brief and stay within my allotted 2 minutes. In order to teach students well and fulfill our mission as an institution, I believe we must return to our traditional classrooms. To do this, I believe very fervently that a vaccine mandate is necessary this spring for all students, staff, and faculty. I am an adjunct faculty instructor at Irvine Valley College for the past 5 years of each spring and fall semester. I teach for 4 hours straight, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And generally, I love my job. I love my students. I love my work very much. I literally worked myself into an exhaustion over the past few weeks, attempting to educate a lot of bored minds dulled by the educational plague of online learning for more than a year and a half. I reach out to you today as a father, a professor, a journalist, a health writer, a rationalist empirical skeptic, and lifelong advocate of personal liberty, and especially the liberty to speak my own mind in public, as I am right now. I thought through the course of a mediator, but of course through my own voice, luckily. Let me reiterate, I love personal liberty. I love the right to speak my mind. I believe every man, woman, non-binary other, and eligible child who sets foot on the campus where I teach my students next semester should be vaccinated for COVID-19. Let me be 100% clear. I believe all humans should be at least partially protected through vaccines against the insidious and deadly COVID-19 virus. I want this mandate tomorrow because it did not happen yesterday. I don't even want to explore why, although I've gotten some ideas by watching this board tonight. Mr. Prendergast, as a Tustin resident, you are my main voice in this fight. Make no mistake, in my mind, heart, and soul, this is a fight, an extraordinarily important fight, and a fight I am wholly committed to. Please bring a vaccine mandate to SOCCD for every faculty member, staff member, and student in the interest of our health and the main and central purpose of our duty to educate fairly the minds who we entrust into our care. As a whole campus.
Next is Aaron Bromdahl.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Erin Blumdahl.
Thank you.
I am a resident of Mission Viejo. My 20-year-old son attends Irvine Valley College, and I would like for the Board of Trustees to seriously think about their decision. My son's friend had to get the vaccine in order to visit his grandmother over in Europe this summer. And he was a healthy 20-year-old boy who now has myocarditis and is probably looking at a pacemaker within the next month. And this decision affects me personally because my son is 20 years old. And I don't think I want to take that risk for him to attend school. Back in 1992, I attended Cal State Fullerton, and the school mandated that we get booster shots for the measles. Well, I actually ended up getting the measles before my fall finals. And when I returned in spring, I either needed a doctor note proof that I had a booster, but I wasn't in need to get one because I actually got the measles. Why do these shots require boosters? Because they don't work. I urge everyone to look at the Nuremberg Code, the Nuremberg trials, and you have the opportunity to decide what's going to happen to our kids and what side of history are you going to be on. I vote for freedom. This is unconstitutional. These vaccines are too new. We don't know what can happen. We do. My son's friend has a chronic condition.
Time. And we have D'Angelo wanting to speak as well.
Okay.
Hi. You guys all know me, you know where I kind of stand on this. I wanted to read our public comment based from ASIVC and the representative body. So I was just going to read it verbatim. So today, ASIVC would like to show appreciation for placing this item of the mandate on today's agenda. Thank you for hearing the voices of the students, the thousands of them who were surveyed, and the faculty members who supported a mandate. The approach to collecting data and working with both campuses, it shows a dedication to campus concerns and highlights that our voices do actually matter. Thank you for hearing us and being inclusive to our thoughts and on these decisions that guide our campuses. Speaking amongst both, I would like to specifically emphasize a thank you to Chancellor Burke, for her recommendation on approving a mandate moving forward starting spring semester. Again, thank you all for hearing us and taking action to bring all available data to the table to ensure that the best decision will be made. For us all, coming to agreement on this topic, it means ensuring the safety of those who want to attend in-person classes and give them peace of mind that they're amongst others who are tested or vaccinated. It would also slow the spread and prevent more loss of life, 600,000, close to 700,000 dead Americans. There is no better time to act than today to ensure the safety of all of those who attend and work on campus. With the recommendation by our chancellor in support of the vaccine mandate, with support of one from the ASG of Saddleback and support from ASIVC and IVC's Faculty Association, we would like to see such a mandate move forward. Thank you.
Is that it?
Well, one person just raised their hand. Do you want to accept this
Okay,
one?
I guess we'll take the one person.
Or are we done? It's up to you.
I guess we could take one more. No?
Well, now we've got two, so
We got to-
there's.
Okay. Yeah, so
We did.
Yeah, we said 20 minutes.
I don't know
and
if
it's
we gave it a
been-
time, I don't know if we gave it a time period. We just
No.
said we'd look at and see where we were on the.
yeah. What is the board's pleasure? Does the board,
We still have technically 7 minutes.
No, we didn't give it a time period. What we said is, okay, just let them comment.
Okay. Kay Williams is next.
oh, I know her. No. Probably a different Kay Williams.
Great, thank you. My hand was up for a long time, just to be clear. As a South Orange County taxpayer and resident of San Clemente, I urge you to support medical freedom by rejecting vaccine mandates. It is shocking to me that the district is moving towards requiring vaccines for employees, students, and staff. Make no mistake, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm a veteran. I've had dozens of vaccines, but it was my choice to serve. I made that choice by my own free will. Vaccine mandates should never be initiated by a chancellor, union, or other constituent group that pretends to represent all faculty. But they should be coming from state legislatures after years of vaccine development and deliberation. Institutions of higher education should stay out of all personal health decisions because it's a violation of our liberty and personal autonomy. A divisive vaccine mandate will force employees and students out of Saddleback and IVC. So why is SOCCD pushing such a divisive mandate when COVID's cases are continually declining in our community? Have COVID-19 cases spiked at Saddleback at IVC? We know the answer is no currently. So why a vaccine mandate now? Recent data from Orange County just this morning that I pulled up shows that COVID positivity rates are continually dropping. From September 12th to September 18th, there were only 35 COVID-19 cases reported in schools in Orange County. In that same period, there's only one case reported at a college or university. A yes vote to vaccine mandates is anti-American and an assault on our God-given freedom and liberty. Are you willing to risk so much for a vaccine that isn't medically essential for providing or for preventing the spread of the virus? I urge the SOCCD Board of Trustees to protect our individual liberty and freedom at all costs. Reject these proposed mandates and stand strong in the face of this politically motivated agenda that does not represent the will of South Orange County residents. Thank you.
Is there one more? Was
And
that
then
it?
the last one is
Okay, that's the
Peter.
very last one. isn't
Peter
it?
Sheldon.
Already spoke.
Oh, he already spoke?
He already spoke. He didn't finish and we cut him off.
Okay,
You can't come again.
Ran out of time.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
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 Okay, we need to move forward on this issue. Does any board member have anything to say or any comments?
Well, wait a minute, we haven't even had a presentation on the issue.
Oh, right. So we need a presentation on the issue. Chancellor Burke, who is going to give a presentation on the issue?
I believe the information is contained in the item. We provided a lot of background to the board in terms of the history of the movement toward the requiring of vaccines. And once the vaccine became available, we did a survey of the students at both colleges, both credit and non-credit. The non-credit students, it should be noted, were non-credit only. So some students in the credit group would have also possibly taken credit and non-credit classes. And so the responses to the surveys are in there, and it does show that particularly among the non-credit only students, an overwhelming number of the respondents are already vaccinated. And even the credit students, 77% of them have been vaccinated. In most cases, the students said they would be more likely to take classes face-to-face or on ground with the vaccine mandate. And those survey results were included for you. There have been growing increases in community college district vaccine mandates. There was, at the time of the printing of this, 48 districts that had adopted some version of a vaccine mandate for employees, students, or in most cases, both. There was some information regarding the effectiveness of the vaccine. And of course, that continues to evolve, and there are many different viewpoints about that. We also included the number of vaccinated individuals in each age group in Orange County. The legal precedents behind the vaccine mandate. There was the federal court found that Indiana University could require students to be vaccinated. And it's part of our overall move toward, as many of the speakers addressed and as our own students addressed, our dedication toward the health and safety of our students, employees, volunteers, and the surrounding community to support the vaccine mandate. This is seeking direction from the board on what to do next. So are all of the T's crossed and all of the I's dotted at this point? No. Can I tell you how we're going to handle students that have already, or employees who have already contracted COVID? No, that would be part of what we decided in moving this forward, because the employees, if this vaccine mandate is to pass, it will require negotiations with all employee groups, how it will be moved forward. And then we would also bring forward to you both changes in board policy and administrative regulations that would specifically address some of the comments that people made in their comments this evening, assumptions about things that simply haven't been decided yet. And for students, they can continue to take classes if they wish not to be vaccinated. They can continue to take classes online. This is only for students that want to come and take classes face-to-face. As you know, before the pandemic, Saddleback was already 30% online and has a number of degrees that are fully available online. And in the surveys, we still see a growing interest in online classes and online services and online degrees. So I imagine that that's going to be 30 or 40% of what we offer at both colleges moving forward. So we do think it's the right thing to do. Our neighboring districts have done it for their students and employees. And so we recommend it to you at this time.
Okay, are there any other comments?
I mean, I think there's a lot
okay. Trustee Wright makes a motion, and is there a second? The motion was to approve the vaccine mandate. I second. Oh, and Trustee Jay seconds it. I have some things to say. Does anybody have anything to say?
I think we all do.
I think everyone has comments.
Okay. Does anybody like to start? Because
You want to go ahead?
okay, I just wanted to say I'm a research biologist and I'm a biology professor, and I've been studying COVID and the vaccines since the beginning of the pandemic. I also have 4 friends who passed away from COVID. My son and daughter-in-law and 2 baby grandkids all had COVID when they were in the Philippines, and they have pre-existing conditions, and thank God they survived, they're okay. They had no access to vaccines in the Philippines, or even therapeutics. Even monoclonal antibodies aren't available in the Philippines, which is saving many people's lives. And currently, every 43 seconds, an American dies from COVID. Every 43 seconds. Think of how many Americans died from COVID during this board meeting. 1 in 500 Americans have died from COVID. Close to 700,000 Americans have died from COVID. Worldwide, 5 to 6 million people have died from COVID. Probably double that when you consider the countries that don't really have statistics, or their statistics aren't very accurate, like China, India, and Africa. That means that close to 12 million people died from COVID worldwide. We're not each other's enemies. We're friends, neighbors, family members who love each other and want the best for each other and enjoying hearing what they have to say. The virus is our enemy. The SARS-CoV-2 virus is our enemy, not each other. When Operation Warp Speed came around to create that program was brought about by the Trump administration. They brought about the Operation Warp Speed to create safe and effective vaccines. They knew this is the only way to lift the country out of this terrible situation, the worst pandemic since the flu of 1818. They spent billions, and scientists worked through the night creating vaccines. They knew that the only thing that would end this pandemic. And miraculously, they did it. They created a number of vaccines. What a miracle that the U.S. gave to the people in the U.S. and the world. And just have to say that viruses aren't living things. They're actually, the COVID-2 virus is just a lipid coat with protein spikes in it around an mRNA in the middle, a very long mRNA chain. And the way they infect cells, you might all know this, is they attach to a cell, they open the cell, and they inject their mRNA, messenger RNA inside into the cell. They take over the cell and they create billions of tiny little viruses that are just the same as them. But many are not exactly just the same as them. Many become variants. They mutate. Viruses always mutate. So that's what happened when this virus mutated into Delta virus. It became more virulent than ever and more infectious than ever. And it created the fourth wave of virus where people were dying all over the country that never thought that they would die. And the worst thing that could happen, the viruses are not living things. They're just a lipid bilayer around an mRNA, or it could be a DNA in the middle, but this is an mRNA code in the middle. And they can't live unless they inject or attach to a living host. So they attach to a living host, and that's how they spread. But if there's nobody that the virus is replicated in, they can't spread, they can't mutate. Now, the worst thing that could happen is that this virus goes into the unvaccinated and starts mutating, and a strain evolves that the current vaccines don't stop. That would mean we'd start all over again. People that are vaccinated would be dying again. We'd have to go into complete lockdown again. The economy would downturn again. This is really serious. So, I mean, and now the Delta variant is killing our children. 500 children in the US have died. This is really sad. No children should die. And there are over 8,700 children and adolescents under 20 in the world who have died from the virus. And not only are the children dying, but they're getting what you call long COVID. A great number of children are getting long COVID. So when people our age get long COVID, and I know several people that got long COVID, the virus affects your mind, it affects your heart, it causes blood clots in the brain or strokes, blood clots in the heart or heart attacks, all kinds of neuropathy in the hands and the head. These kids have brain fog. They go back to school and their grades have plummeted. They can't do sports anymore. They just sleep all day. These kids have many years to live, and we don't know how long this long COVID would last. It's really serious, and these kids can't get vaccinated. So it really breaks my heart, but I feel it's my job to protect our students, our wonderful students, our employees who have children at home, young children at home that can't get vaccine. They don't want to carry the vaccine, the COVID home to their children and have their children die or get long COVID and never be the same. I know I'm saying scary things. Okay.
2 minutes.
Oh, what do you think?
She's fine. Let her
Okay.
finish. She's the
So-
board president.
Thank you. So what I'm saying, I'm about to cry over this, but I feel it's my duty as a board member to protect my students, to protect my faculty, to protect my classified employees, and actually have this vaccine mandate. And now, of course, if people have medical conditions, if they have religious problems where they can't take the vaccine, there will be some things that they can do to be able to have different accommodations, and we'll work out all the details on this, but there will be some accommodations. So that's my feeling, and I feel very strongly about it, and I'm about to cry, but I think it's a really serious that we have to stop the vaccine in the track now before it gets much worse. So thank you. Okay, anybody else like something to say? Okay.
Yeah.
Let TJ go first.
Yeah, I have actually some questions that I need kind of clarification on. Can we get earlier the statement was made that there were 250 respondents on a survey of faculty, just to get a sense, out of how many faculty are we talking? Yeah, at IVC.
Oh,
So
does someone at, I don't, if Dan
So
is still
Dan knows.
on, does he know how,
just
what the
getting
total
a,
is?
just getting a sense of the proportion of respondents to the non-respondents.
Yeah, I'm going to hope Chris McDonald can help me on the numbers here, but I don't know the number of adjunct faculty that we currently employ at the school. And adjunct faculty were invited as part of the survey. We also kept this anonymous, so we cannot tell you how many full-time or how many part-time.
I don't need to know the breakdown. I'm
Yeah, I know.
just curious
I'm
what
just-
the total is, so that get a
Um,
sense of like the percentage of respondents.
Right.
So you're looking at about 154, 155 full-time faculty, and I'd have to double check with class cancellations, but we probably have on the books another 450 part-timers. So assume around 600, but I'd have to double check the schedule.
So it's about a third.
About a third, which
Okay.
is typical.
Yeah, a little
And
bit
then-
more.
And then the student survey, how many respondents?
That's
students.
in here. I believe it's 7,500 total.
Right, for how many students? So what's the percentage of students who
So-
responded?
Of the total head count,
Yeah,
ooh,
Just-
it's got to be around 40,000.
40,000.
okay. So that's, I don't teach math, so.
You shouldn't ask the question.
Well, that's why I'm asking, that's exactly why I'm asking the question, somebody who teaches
TJ,
it or.
can I speak to that?
Yeah,
So
what's the
sorry.
math?
Trustee Prendergast, it's between 15 and 20%.
All right, thank you.
And our IR office tells us that that's one of the highest response rates we've ever had to a student survey.
Yeah, no, it typically, polls and surveys are looking at maybe 10% at the highest, so that's good to know. And then I have a question about athletes. It was mentioned in a few of the comments about athletes. Aren't athletes mandated to get the vaccine to participate?
Not
By the
currently,
CCCA?
But this would require it.
But, so the Athletic Association hasn't mandated vaccines for athletes,
don't-
just testing?
I don't believe so. Elliot,
They have mandated a test or vaccinate
Test or
program, so they
vaccinate.
either have to be vaccinated or they have to be tested with great frequency.
Okay, thank you. And then I do want to thank you for the information in the item about legal precedent. I think it refutes some of the things we heard tonight about constitutionality and court rulings, so that is helpful. The liability question, I assume that gets handled by district insurance, and any claim that would be made against the district would be handled by that, rather than Grace?
well, then I think we're probably, do you have any advice on that? Because
You didn't hear
we're
that?
still testing this.
Right. So our district coverage has $25,000 in coverage at the moment. I think it's something that as a pandemic would typically be excluded from insurance, but we do, and we did vote in to where we would have at least 25,000 of coverage for the legal fees aspect of it.
Okay. And then, so now I just want to make my comments about this and I'll let others speak. So I, teach government. And part of what I teach my students is that elected officials can act in three ways. They can be delegates, or they act on behalf of the constituents and take note of which way their constituents want things to go. They can act as partisans and just follow whatever the party lines are, which doesn't really apply to us as nonpartisan positions. Or they can be trustees, which is literally in our name. Trustee is trusted to make decisions what's best, what they feel is the best informed decision. I am here to tell you tonight I am going to vote as a trustee, and that I am well aware. I also teach both sides using procon.org of vaccinations way before COVID and the science behind them and the types of vaccines that have been developed over the years, just so you're aware. The first Anti-Vaccination Society of America was formed in 1879 as a reaction to the law in 1878 mandating vaccines. So this is not a new issue. It is not a new political issue in this country. But I would have to say that history has proven that vaccines work. Whether they believe them at the time or not, almost all the anti-vax movements throughout this country in its history have been on the wrong side of the argument. I'm not saying that people who are against this vaccine are wrong. I'm just saying history has trends. And that in this particular case, I feel like I will be on the right side of history to vote yes for this mandate. That's all.
Anybody else like to speak? Or?
Jerry, do you want to speak? You can go first. All right. I did have some clarifying questions. So I want to understand the policy, because that, Trustee Prendergast mentioned the three things we are. We're all trustees all the time. And our job is to set the policy of the district. The administration's job, the staff, a few of you are in the room, most are not here. Their job is to implement these policies to ensure that the intent and the direction we provide is done. So I want to understand the policy. So what we're requiring is that students and faculty and staff and volunteers who come onto our campus be vaccinated by January 7th. Is that correct? And so is that the gist of what's before us today?
That's the gist of what's before you, because you're providing direction with this item as opposed to the policy. Your actual policy would come back to you.
So you mentioned there's some things that are not tidied up yet, and it does concern me because how are we going to handle legitimate cases of medical exceptions? We've heard a number of them cited today by the residents in our community, and how are we going to handle that?
So for employees, we already have a process in place that looks at accommodations. So we would look at a note from a doctor, and it would be appropriately dealt with.
So why don't we put that in the policy?
Well, we would.
Well, why can't we just do that tonight? Put that in the policy recommendation?
That, legally, we are required to do that. We have no choice.
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're going to have to vote to extend.
Okay. So I move to extend the meeting to 11, just do it till midnight.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second. Okay, Trustee Jamal, seconded by Trustee Whit Rydell, moves to extend the meeting to midnight. Can you please call the roll?
Trustee Inman,
Can I just say yes? Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
All right, so if,
And then for students, it would be handled in the student health centers.
so when we say a vaccine mandate, for those that have, so I want to understand what we're voting on it when we vote on this. For students and employees I mean faculty or staff or administration, or I guess volunteers that come onto the campus, they will all have a, what would considered a legitimate medical exception. So they would not be required to get the vaccine.
Right, if they have a legitimate, if they've got a legitimate medical reason, then yeah, we can't force them to get a vaccine.
And that's in the policy today. That if we pass this, that'll be.
We're legally required to do that, and it does say that it does say that here.
Okay.
Accommodations processed through human resources for employees and volunteers who cannot receive the vaccine due to verified medical conditions or sincerely held religious beliefs.
So that's in, so just so I know we've heard a lot of talk, there's, it's a mandate, if someone has child or son or daughter, whoever, or could be an employee who has a pre-existing condition that would make them vulnerable to the vaccination, they would not be required to get the vaccination.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, you also indicated that you're going to take into account antibody exposure.
Yes,
Okay.
and they would have to test, though.
Okay, so that leads to my, I know it's late, but I just really want to understand these things. The testing.
Yes.
So if, and there will be people, of course, that will, who will refuse to get the vaccine. We understand that, that's going to happen. So in those cases, if that, for instance, the student, and they don't want to get the vaccination, but they want to come to an in-person class that's taught in person, are we going to offer testing as an option for them, a PCR test, so they could get on campus, so they could participate in those classes?
Well, we don't currently offer PCR on campus. And that is not currently what's in front of you, because we think it would be incredibly expensive for us to be able to do that for students who would opt out. We're going to have to do it for students with medical reasons. But to include that as a vaccinate or test would be a very, very expensive option.
Well, what's that?
And they can go online. They have the option of taking online classes. They just can't take in-person classes.
Yeah, well, that's just a concern for me. So if a student has a pre-existing medical condition, then they wouldn't be required to take the vaccination, and you're saying we would test them?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. So they would get tested.
Yes.
Do we believe, and let's be honest about this, if we mandate this vaccination, do we really think it's going to increase the number of people who haven't yet gotten vaccinated?
Yes.
We do.
That was indicated in the survey for the students.
That people who have not yet, students or faculty or staff who have not yet gotten vaccinated, that say it was based on some principle or fear of loss of liberty, that we think, what percentage of them do we think will get vaccinated?
I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood
10%?
of 10%.
Yeah, okay. So, I think the comments tonight I think they were all sincere. And this is obviously an important issue for the district, for our county, for our state, for the country. I am inclined to support this based on the Q&A I just had with the chancellor about how this will be implemented. I will say that, for me, and people have heard this before, probably tired of me talking about, there's nothing more important to me than human rights and civil liberties. And I have to say that some of the comments to suggest that the people on this board don't support our freedom and our liberty and our human rights, in the reference to the Nuremberg trials. My antecedents, I had eight of my grandmother's brothers and sisters who were murdered by the Ottoman Turkish government. You talk about civil liberties. There's no more attack on our civil liberties than the loss of your life by a criminal regime. So I take it personally. I understand these are sincere beliefs, but that reference to somehow that we don't, and I do take it personally, that we don't support civil liberties and human rights, I I can't accept that. I think the beliefs are sincere, but that, leveling that accusation before us today, I'm very troubled by that. And obviously, everyone has a right. I'm really proud that we're being transparent in this process. I know it's a decision. If we make it, it's not going to make some people happy. But that issue, I take it seriously. And I think that we have a great country. We have the right to vote. We have the right to due process. We have human rights. A lot of people don't. A lot of people face summary executions, unlawful detention, prisoners of war that are beaten and tortured. So let's keep this in the context. It is an important issue. It is, and they're sincerely held beliefs. But let's keep this in the context that, and I agree with Trustee Milchiker, that we do it on the basis of openness and love for the community and love for the district we represent. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Riddell, do you want to speak? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I think everybody needs to know that I support vaccinations. I am vaccinated, my husband, my child. I would imagine that most of my family is vaccinated. I also want everyone to know that I am very concerned about this item tonight. I listened to what everyone had to say. I heard the public say, the parents say, that it would be detrimental to their children who are going to be our students, or detrimental to their children who are our students. And I hear what you're saying because of your belief. I also hear faculty say that they are concerned about being in a classroom with students who are and who are not vaccinated. 6 months ago, I would have been far more prone to say, yes, I hear you, and I still hear you. I do believe that today, those of us that are vaccinated and those of you who are not vaccinated can give and get this virus as easy as anyone else. Meaning, if Trustee Jamal was not vaccinated, I am not afraid to sit next to him anymore. With the science of today, and it depends on what science you read, because there are sciences here, there, and elsewhere. I've been listening to people from Stanford, from Johns Hopkins, from last night, Yale, and it's a difference of opinions, and it's a difference of fears, and it's the biases that we have within. I'm here to say, as a nurse, and when I worked in Africa, I want to tell you, I was not happy to go into the malaria wards and into this ward, the dysentery. That was scared me the most. I'm here to tell you, everyone, it's airborne. If you are vaccinated or not vaccinated, you can give it and you can take it. To say that the world is dependent and that it's on the backs of unvaccinated people. 6 months ago, I could have believed that. Folks, to say one group of people, are we being discriminated? We talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is medical. And I don't believe Fauci or any one of us can say 100% what is right and what is wrong. I think you have to use common sense, you have to use protectants, and if we are crowded in this room and there is one person in here with COVID, if you're vaccinated or not, you have the possibility of getting it. But it's better yet if we have, what do we have? Filters. Anne-Marie, you got the best filters that we have on campus. We have MERV 13s. You can't get any better except for on an airplane. The blessed place to be to breathe air is on an airplane. I'm not here to discuss the physiology of this virus? That's not what we're here tonight. We're here tonight to decide whether it's a mandate. I cannot truly, in my own personal sense, especially when today I got a slew of texts from our former nursing students who are losing their jobs. They were the first in line to take care of maybe your cousin, your brother, your sister. You think they worried about getting COVID? No. Oh, I'm sure they worried, but they were there taking care of it, and now they are losing their jobs because they're not vaccinated. And you know who they are? They are people who have never been vaccinated. I respect that person who has never had a vaccination, and I hope you do too. They have, for all this time, worn masks, and nobody said anything different. Here on this campus, for 18 months, we have been living with each other, vaccinated or not vaccinated, and most of us have been at home. But you go to Costco, you go to CVS, you go to stores. Don't tell me you're not going there. But you don't want to come on campus? Folks, if you're vaccinated or not, you take precautions. And I never thought about liberties as much as I did now. And by George, I'm an immigrant. I had discrimination. I lost family in wars. All of those things, we're not talking about that right now. What we are talking about, making this policy. I don't know enough, meaning I don't know what the answers are to the exceptions. I hear the chancellor telling me this, this, and this. I want to know, I want to see it in a policy. So I would like to do a friendly amendment to the motion that we have, that we table this, and then we vote next month, which we have plenty of time, and we vote on the mandate with the exemptions. I want to know what's going to happen to everyone. I really do. I hear the public. I do. I really liked what D'Angelo said at IVC. He said, we have been working with those who have been tested or vaccinated. Everyone, we can do this. I'm not talking about PCT. I am talking about vaccinating the rapid tests. We've been doing it on campus. We have, I don't know if we have exactly the amount of personnel to do it if we end up with more people. But it's a possibility, not a possibility. I know we can do it. I'm a nurse. I know we can do it. Why can't we have vaccinated and tested people mandated that way? It is a solution to those who believe they need a choice. It's respectful. I think we need to be compassionate. I think we need to be flexible. I want to be safe. I always want to be safe. The safest thing any of us can do is not touch your face. Vaccination is important, but the most important thing you can do is not touch your face. So, I am passionate about this, and I do want to make a friendly amendment that we table this to next month and then have the district bring to us the exemptions and how they're going to read in the policy, and that we vote on the policy in its entirety.
All right, so just for clarification of process, you have to ask the maker of the motion if they consider it a friendly amendment.
Do you consider it a friendly amendment?
I didn't make the motion.
I made it.
Jim did.
Oh, I thought you did.
I did not.
Jim?
I made it, and I don't.
All right, so he does not consider it a friendly
I
amendment,
think
so,
we've got to do it right now.
so then what you need to do is make a motion and get a second to make an amendment to the original motion.
Then I make a motion to make an amendment to the original motion.
To table it.
Yes, to table it.
So wait, is she modifying like the motion itself?
Well, you have a motion on the floor.
The motion on the
Deal with the
She
motion on the
wants,
floor.
she wants to make a motion to table the motion. So we would have to get a second on that and then vote on it.
I will give her this, I will grant her the second. But and you're my dear friend, but I don't understand your motion. Even though I granted you the second, because I think you're entitled to that. You said you wanted an extension, but you also wanted to change in policy.
Yes.
So and I thought we went over a lot of the policy questions with the chancellor. What issues are, and I agree with you, I had a lot of concerns myself, which is why I asked the chancellor a number of questions regarding what we would be voting on. Where are there areas that you still have ambiguity?
No, I want to see the answers to the exceptions in the policy that we vote on. Not just that we vote for a mandate. That's the sentence right now. Is it mandated or not? I want part of that is then the exceptions to that mandate, that those are listed. That's what I want to vote on. I want to be fair to
They're
everyone.
listed in the policy above the mandate. They're already listed there.
I didn't see anything about antigen testing. I didn't hear anything about being tested if you do not agree to the mandate. What about those that do not have a religious or a medical problem? Phenomenal faculty and staff who can't qualify under that, but they are willing to be tested. I would like that to be part of the solution.
So the motion is to table it until next month's meeting, until it's made more clear what you're voting on.
Right.
Okay.
And I would like us to be able to look at it between now and before it's presented to us, and then in front of God and everyone, that we're going to have to vote on it. I would like us to be discussed between now and next week. Everyone, we are a board. We are compassionate. We're flexible. We're intelligent. I've heard all of you, and I respect all of you, and I agree with all of you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right. So we need a roll call on the motion to suspend to next month.
Trustee Inman,
No.
Trustee Jay,
No.
Trustee Jamal,
I'm sorry, Terry, no.
Trustee Milchiker,
No.
Trustee Prendergast,
No.
Trustee Rydell,
No. Yes.
Trustee Wright,
No.
Student Trustee Mateen.
No.
So now we're back to the original motion, and my job as Robert's rules is over.
Yeah, this is complicated. So now, are there any other trustees there would like to speak? Oh, yeah, Satara, please.
So first off, with the public comments, I was honestly really surprised and shocked that people were comparing this mandate to racism, the Holocaust, and abortion. I think that by advocating for this mandate, we are supporting human rights. And in order to represent the students and create a safe and comfortable environment for students and faculty, I support this mandate.
Okay, thank you, Satara, thank you. Okay, so,
Carolyn.
Trustee Inman?
It's late, and most of you have said what I think or what I might have said. One of the parts that meant a lot to me was that people were afraid to come on campus because there wasn't a mandate, and that students had more peace of mind. They would have more peace of mind if there wasn't a mandate. And I think that, you know, it's interesting, if we had had last month's people and all of these people, it would have felt more equal in terms of one side and then the other. They're a month apart, so it's easy to feel like everyone in the world doesn't want this. I thought it was very interesting that you talked about teaching government. Well, I teach debate, and you know, when you just run in, I'm agreeing with her, you run into ad hominem attacks, that's just an easy way to not actually discuss the policy. So I am for it. I think that we will be able to look at policy as it is written, and we will be able to have influence on what that says. And there's no question in my mind that all of the different people and points of view, such as religious or other, other physical conditions, et cetera, that all of those things will be taken care of. I trust this board and this chancellor and management to take into as many of these considerations as possible. But I do think that we need a mandate, and I think we're being very nice to not start it right now. That would just be really complicated and weird, but there's plenty of time to work out all these details.
Yeah, that was a good comment, and we do have 3 months. It won't start till really January 6th, I think. So we will have time to really work out all the details and try to accommodate everyone that we can, that.
Carolyn, I want to tell you, I respect what you just said, and I agree with it. But I'm here to say, in my heart of hearts, I have to say that we're trusting you to do this, and I know that you have to do it by law, but I'm talking about what's not in that law. I'm talking about, and I didn't read all of them. I mean, I know the two. But is there a third option, or for those people that have the high antigens? I mean, is that stated in our policy?
No,
It's not.
we're not that far.
So that is my concern, board, Carolyn, everyone on this board. That is my concern.
Let's move ahead.
I think,
Jim, I have to tell you, I know you're looking at time, and I know it's late, but I'm talking about people's lives here.
Well, I know you said that, but we've got to move.
I think we're very lucky to have scientific people on our board, Marcia and Terry in particular, and human rights people that know it from their history, such as Satira and Tim and really all of us.
Yeah, we've all
But
had experience in that.
I think that we could possibly have a little advisory committee of especially some of you guys, and just to meet with the chancellor or something on a, not even necessarily a real formal basis, but even if it's informal, to help find the areas of policy that needs to be, so that we don't miss anything.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I want to be safe. I vaccinate people. I think it's the right thing to do. It's the implications that I'm concerned about. I think we need to be vaccinated, but it's how we do it. No, it's the consequences
What?
if they
Okay,
don't do it.
So, yeah, does anybody else have anything to say, or then we'll maybe call the roll? Nobody?
Call the question.
Can you call the question, and can you please call the roll?
Trustee Inman,
Yes.
Trustee Jay,
Yes.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell, Trustee Rydell, Trustee Wright,
She heard me.
Yay.
and Student Trustee Mateen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we move to the next order, which is,
We're on the consent calendar.
we're on the consent calendar, okay? Just looking, so that was unanimous. And now we're on the consent calendar. So does any board, okay, is there any item that any board member wants to pull off the consent calendar? I hope not. No?
No one
Okay.
dares.
Yeah, okay. Then is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar as stands? So moves just
Second.
Trustee Jay and a second by Trustee Pendergast. Okay, can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman. Aye. Trustee Jay. Aye. Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell.
Aye.
Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student Trustee Mateen.
Aye.
Okay, so that was good. And next we move to the business services and which is 10.1 CCFS 311 annual financial. Is that right? That's
Yes,
right.
the financial
Annual
and budget report.
it's covered up on the screen, but it's in my notes. CCFS 311 annual financial and budget report. So it's recommended that the board approve this is only the second time we're getting this financial and budget report, so. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Trustee Jay makes the motion, and anybody second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and trustee Wright seconds it. If there's no comments, can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
Great. And next item, 10.2, is dual enrollment for Saddleback College and California Online Public Schools connection. It's a career access pathway partnership agreement from 2021 to 2023. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
So move the trustee
Second.
Jamal and trustee Jay seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, and the next item, 10.3, is the Educational Partnership Fund Grant Program between the City of Irvine and the Irvine Valley College Foundation. This one is also 2021 to 2023.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
okay, trustee Pendergrass made the motion, and trustee Jay seconds. Any comment? Okay, can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, item 10.4 is Irvine Valley College Fine Arts Building Project, and it awards the bid to the McCarthy Building Companies Incorporated, who's also building one of our ATEP buildings. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
So trustee Jay
Second.
made the motion, and trustee Wright seconds it. Any comments? Okay, please call the roll, Madam Secretary.
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
And then the next building is 10.1, which is the Saddleback College Gateway Building, and the award of bid to the same company, the McCarthy Building Companies, and they were the lowest bidder. So is there a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
So trustee Jays makes the motion, and anybody want, and trustee Inman seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell, Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, and the next one, we're going into the Human Resources section. And the next one is 11.1, the Academic Employee and Classified Administrator Personnel Actions.
There are no changes, President Milchiker.
No change, okay. And this one is Ray Chandos is retiring, who's been with the district an electronic technology instructor for 42 years. So I thought I'd make note of that. He's been around longer than I've been around. So that's wonderful.
It's remarkable.
Okay, it's really remarkable. So that's great. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Trustee Wright makes the motion. Is the second? And trustee Jay seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker,
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast,
Aye.
Trustee Rydell,
Aye.
Trustee Wright,
Aye.
Student Trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, and then next is 11.2, classified personnel items. Vice Chancellor Viscachill, is there any changes on this?
There are no changes to this item. Thank you.
Okay, and there's number of other things, but I won't go into it. Did we make a motion?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, can I have a motion?
On what?
So moved.
Okay, trustee
Second.
Prendergast makes a motion and trustee Wright seconds it. This is the one on the classified employees. So, Madam Secretary, can you call the roll?
Trustee Inman,
Aye.
Trustee Jay,
Aye.
Trustee Jamal,
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And the next one's 11.3, non-bargaining unit, or they call it NBU actions. Are there any changes on this?
There are no changes on this item. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
So trustee Jay makes the motion
Second.
and trustee Inman seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And 11.4 is the Faculty Association, or FA, Master Agreement, and they've agreed to this.
So
that's
moved.
Good. So trustee Prendergast makes the motion and trustee Whit-Rydell seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Just congratulations to Faculty Association and the administration for ironing this out.
Yeah, they
Good
did a
job.
great job.
Amen.
Uh,
Good job.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And now the Police Officers Association, or POA, the master agreement with the police officers. So is there a motion in a second? Should I just, trustee
moved.
Jay? Okay, trustee Wright, and trustee Rydell. So, can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And the next one is an extension of this. It's the Police Officers Association, or POA, tentative agreements. And there's 19 tentative agreements that were ratified. So do we have a motion in a second?
So move.
So move is trustee
Second.
Jamal with a second by trustee Prendergast. So can you please call the roll?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And the next one is the CSEA, or California School Employees Association tentative agreement. So it's a good meeting. So is there a motion or a second on this?
It's master agreement. The tenant agreement's next.
Oh, yeah, master, yeah.
So moved.
It's a tentative agreement. Yeah, trustee Jay makes the motion
Second.
and second by trustee Whit-Rydell. Can you please call the roll?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
And the last one in this section is 11.8, is the sabbatical leave rescindment.
Oh, you're off one.
I am?
You did the master agreement, now you gotta do the tenant agreement. 11.8.
No, I have 11.8 as sabbatical leave rescindment.
Really?
That's 11.
Oh, that's what I typed off. I typed it wrong. Okay, never mind. 11.8 is this is the list I typed out. Is the California School Employees Association, CSEA, tentative agreement. Is there a motion in a second?
So moved.
So moved by trustee Wright and trustee Jay, second it. So can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, and the next one is 11.8. This is 11.9, I think it is. This is the sabbatical leave rescindment. Professor Rick Boone, real estate, IVC, wants to rescind his sabbatical leave for a future date. So, trustee Wright, was that you?
Yes.
Moved by trustee Wright. Is there a second?
I'll second.
it.
Oh, okay, trustee Jay seconds it. Can you please call the roll, Madam Secretary?
Trustee Inman.
Aye.
Trustee Jay.
Aye.
Trustee Jamal.
Aye.
Trustee Milchiker.
Aye.
Trustee Prendergast.
Aye.
Trustee Rydell. Trustee Wright.
Aye.
Student trustee Matee.
Aye.
Okay, then the next one is our information items. That's so they're just, the first one is the staff response to public comments from the previous board meeting, and there aren't any. The second one is the 2022 Teachers of the Year recognition ceremony. Because of COVID, they're putting it off to next year, April 25th, 2022 at the Disneyland Hotel. And they're going to honor the Teachers of the Year this year and next year then. And then we have Saddleback College and Irvine Valley College speakers, the monthly financial report, higher education relief funds or HERF monthly summary, the COVID-19 block grant, the retiree OPEB trust fund, the facility status report, and there's written reports from the administrators, and we have a written report from the chancellor and Irvine Valley College president and Saddleback College, which are very interesting. And do any of the administrators like to add further comments to their report? Chancellor, would you like to?
The mic.
I would like to thank and compliment the board on their sincere and thoughtful discussion this evening of both the redistricting discussion and especially the vaccine mandate. So thank you for your thoughtfulness and your care for the employees, the students, and the community.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Irvine Valley College president is, or Saddleback College president, would either one of you like to say anything in addition to your written report? You could say no.
No additional report from me.
Okay,
I
okay.
echo the chancellor's thick gratitude to the board for discussion tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
No additional reports from myself either. Thank you, Trustee Mystiker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you listed the upcoming productions at Irvine Valley College in the theater. That sounds, I put them on my calendar. Thank you. And then the Vice Chancellor of Business Services, Anne Marie, do you have anything additional to say? No? What about Cindy Viscachill? Do you have anything additional to say?
Yes, just briefly, I want to thank the leadership of POA, led by Officer Bo Arbuthnot and Ryan Maligi and Keith Prinzing. Thank them for their leadership at the table. I also want to thank the Faculty Association and their leadership, led by Claire Cesario and her team and the district team. And then finally, I want to thank and acknowledge Scott Ferguson Green and Melissa Klimowitz and their team on CSEA. These, as you all know, are difficult negotiations to come to new agreements, and I appreciate their time and attention and the respect that we both had at the table on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on it also, really.
I just wanted to say that, Cindy, you have done an incredible job. I want to thank all three groups. We respect and appreciate all of the groups. We are a team, and I want the best for this team, and you helped it make possible. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And the Vice Chancellor for Technology and Learning Resources, I don't see him, so he probably doesn't have a report. Okay.
No report.
No report, okay, thank you, thank you. Finally, we adjourned tonight's meeting in honor of Mark Sierakowski, who served many roles. We all remember him fondly. He's a friend of mine, actually, and his wife was too.
He was
In the
wonderful.
Mark Sierakowski?
Yes, he was wonderful.
Yeah, he was wonderful. Even Jim Wright says he was wonderful. He was wonderful. Who served many roles in the Technology Services Department in Saddleback since 1987. After his retirement in 2015, Mr. Sierakowski returned to campus as a project specialist and associate faculty member until his very unexpected passing on August 31st, 2021. He just had a heart attack in his sleep. Mark was well known and beloved through the district. His colleagues considered him to be a key IT resource who was passionate about helping others and was a dedicated employee and teacher. The Board of Trustees extends our condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. And at the funeral, there were many retired teachers and current teachers and classified employees that had all kinds of wonderful stories about what Mark contributed to the college, to Saddleback College, over the years. And it was just really heartfelt. So thank you all and good night.
Good night.
Oh my gosh, we ended before.